And hello everybody and welcome to the stream. I am Razim and this is Planet Zoo. Welcome on in everybody. I am currently portraying myself as the professor and yeah, we're gonna have a grand old time. Also, you know, something that I thought about doing right after this got started that I probably should have done ahead of time. But oh well, I'm gonna do it now anyways. I'm gonna give out some free packs. There you all go. There's a coupon code for a free pack for the Amp and V. The Amp and V pack on Stream Loots. Just use that link there in the chat. Everybody is eligible, but only the first 7 to click that link gets it.
Jibe Gap is observing the Chonk Sable.
Behold the Chonk! Alright, you can now earn statues as you complete and unlock career/time scenarios. Here's what you've unlocked already. I have apparently unlocked a lot, even though I don't remember really playing any of the game. Education stations. Playfully educate your young guests with interactive educational stations.
Hey demon_god_Linden, you have been given an AMP and V pack through Stream Loots by Wosteen_oil. Good luck.
All right. That pack has been sent, Lyndon. An orbit camera mode? Okay. All the peoples. Where are we? What are we doing? Oh, I guess I've done more than I thought. Woo! Where's the tutorial? I want to go do the tutorial again. I literally have not played this since it came out. And even then, not at all on stream. You want another Amp and V pack? Very well. Your pack has been sent, Wostein. Don't forget, there is a coupon code for the Amp and V pack as well right now, if you all want to pick up lots of stuff with it.
Demon_god_Linden says, Zim cute, check cute, the gods shall fall, Martin's cute.
Sorry, Lyndon, but I am not cute. You know what? We're just gonna go franchise mode. GF? What? Yeah, we're just gonna close it all down. We'll start new franchise.
Brian the Wolf says, I love your streams, and you always cheer me up when I'm down, you cute.
I am not cute, but I am glad that you guys like to hang out. And I'm happy to try and cheer you all up. There. That's the franchise we'll go with. What should we go with for our first zoo? What biome? Any thoughts, everybody? And Kobiak, you can play the name a thing card to name one of the animals. Just saying. We got desert, grassland, tropical, temperate, taiga, and tundra. It looks like we got the majority wanting tundra. Is there even a tundra in South America? Oh, I guess you do have some mountains down there. Wait, can I set up a zoo in Antarctica?
A wise choice for leader.
Wosteen_oil has purchased 50 avatars and Martin's packs.
Holy crap, Wostein! Thank you so much for that support! We can literally set up a zoo in Antarctica. What the hell? Also, they left off the A on the end. Well, we'll do a tropical zoo over next to Chrisov's later. Yes! Wostein grabbed 50 packs. Thank you so much for that, Woe. We'll set this up in North America. We'll go with medium. I guess we'll go with sculpted. What should we name the zoo? Hawaii! Really, Chrysops? Go out of your home and hung a single bird I have in my zoo. I will have more than that. You know what? I like that, Chris. No, we'll do that down in Brazil when we get to that. We'll do that right next to you, Chrysops. I like Wostein's suggestion. Ah! I can't put in that much! There, we'll just call it NFT. Okay, tundra is apparently tundra means nothing but snow. I need to find the tutorial. I'm assuming it's in here. Let's try this. Yeah, JT, you gotta really dedicate yourself to getting to that zoo. I know it would be more of a hit on resources, but I kind of wish that they had a city map, you know? Where instead of just building your zoo and such in the middle of nowhere, you go in and it's you're in the middle of a city. Yeah, a city.
Sorry about that. I have a habit of slipping back into the Planko language. It's good to finally meet you in person. I'm Bernard, although I insist you call me Bernie. The only person who calls me Bernard is my wife. And even then, only when I've tracked elephant dung into the carpets. As you know, I own several zoos, but I always like to show people the ropes here at my home. This is the first zoo I ever opened, and a source of great pride for me. And prides, thanks to a lion breeding program we ran in the 80s. But we're in the middle of a big renovation, and that's where you come in. Sadly, our old contractor had to retire after developing a fur allergy. Poor devil kept sneezing his dentures into the lion habitat. So, it's up to you to finish everything off. Don't worry, though. I'm not completely throwing you in at the deep end. My head keeper, Nancy Jones, will be lending a helping hand. Oh, she's a hard worker, and she'll expect you to be too. But I'm sure you'll get along like a house on fire.
Hey, Wostein.
One that isn't
He has an
outside,
owl mug.
less shouting that way.
He has a who
Hello
mug.
there. From that rosy, fresh face of yours, I'm guessing you're Bernie's new hire. Good. Now, I hope you're ready to ditch your diploma because we're about to get really hands-on. But before we begin the real work, how about we familiarize you with the zoo by learning how to fly around it and visiting some of our beautiful animals? We'll start by popping over and having a look-see at the grizzly bears in their habitat.
Okay, let's go take a
Did you know that
look-see.
grizzly bears, also known as Ursus arctos horribilis, can hibernate for up to 7 months a year? Oh, but then again, given the chance, I think a lot of people would do that too.
Joke.
Select
Oh
one of the
God,
bears
we're
and
taking.
bring up its information panel.
As I'm zoomed in on the poor bear taking a shit. Ah, you're gonna make me break out one of those voices, huh, Gib Gab?
Today, Carnival Cruises partners with Nearly Free Transformation Zoo to offer the first of its kind vacation to Antarctica. Experience a month of desolation, freezing temperatures, frostbite, penguins, and unending snow in the largest and most comprehensive zoo in the continent for only $6,090. But wait, there's more! Buy now and you'll get an exclusive offer! Buy one ticket for the price of two, and you'll receive an extra free ticket just for you!
Hopefully that came through like it was supposed to.
This is where you can find out all kinds of information about your animal. The most important thing being its overall welfare.
Otto 360 would like to have a sign with their name on it.
But for now, let's enjoy this magnificent animal. Why don't you select the
Achie?
camera at the bottom of its information panel?
Wrong game for that, I think. I don't think I can set up a sign. Stickers! Oh, no worries, Achie. Also, hold off on the name a thing. We'll get back to that soon. Alright, what are we doing here? Oh, activate the animal camera. There we go.
See now, this
Hello,
is a fantastic
animal.
way to get a close look at your animals. You can also get this view of an animal by simply double-clicking on it. Okay, when you're ready, let's pop over to the other side of the zoo and take a look at the lions.
Hello.
I've marked their location for you to find.
Hello, bear. How you doing there, bear?
Death comes for you on short legs!
Otto 360 is making you mini
All the
size.
stickers. Now that you can do. Huh. There. Hey, I hope you're happy. No, these are grizzly bears. They're not, they're not, Pakesh. Pakesh is polar bear.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
All the West African lions
Wolstein
you
underscore Royal
Wolstein.
just resubscribed for 19 months. Righto, I return to the ad-free experience while still supporting V-Carrot.
As Bernie would say, those lions are awesome. Which is precisely why I handle training instead these days. Anyway, how about we get started on those objectives? Come on, let's head over to an empty habitat and see what needs doing there.
Wolstein, thank you very much for that resub and your 19 months of support. I appreciate that. And Frozen Badger, welcome on in. Nearly free transformation. Pay points to have a zoo animal named after you. We actually have Streamloots cards for that. But yes, I'm very happy to let you all join my zoos. Just not this one, because I'm not staying here. It's just a tutorial thing. I'm pretty sure most of these exhibits are empty. Or habitats are empty.
As you can see,
But I guess they want me to
lovely
do
space
this
for
one.
animals, but it's missing a certain something. Well, two somethings. Warthogs. So I'd like you to adopt a pair of them. To adopt animals, we need to open the animal market, which is in the animal trading section. There we are, a pair of perfectly splendid warthogs for our zoo. Just click on them and select Adopt from the side menu. Normally the animal exchange would be full of animals, but I've emptied out the market while you learn how it works. The last thing I need is you accidentally ordering
Well,
a dozen
yes,
elephants.
Frozen Badger. Why wouldn't you be turned into the animal? Who wants to be a warthog, after all? All of you, clearly.
When you adopt an animal, it's automatically placed in the trade center, where they're held until
Yes,
you're ready
yes,
to
yes,
move them
yes,
into their
yes,
habitat.
yes.
Which, as it happens, you are. So how about you move them into their new home?
Alright, put one in there. And you,
When
go
you
in
ask
there.
for an animal to be moved into a habitat, your caretakers will go to the trade center, collect your animal, and deliver them to your selected habitat. I've marked the trade center's location, so let's go and watch the caretakers in action.
I will say, if you try to name an animal after somebody else, they have to agree. Though the name a thing card does not require that you name it after yourself. You can name it after anyone. Or name it whatever you want. Just gotta be appropriate. What the hell kind of shrinking technology do they have? I have concerns. I have a lot of concerns. That is still subject to being approved, Zorro. Mina, if you would like an animal named after you, you'll need to, get a Streamloots card from the Amp and V pack. It is the Name a Thing card. And yes, old pal, there are snacks. Hello there, Kieran. This is the same universe as Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Wait, what am I supposed to be doing right now? Was there something I was supposed to do? Objectives.
Well,
Ah.
as you can see, those caretakers don't hang about. They'll move those animals to their destination as fast as possible. Of course, normally we'd have to place the animals into quarantine before moving them into a habitat, but I am assured by a person of good standing that these warthogs are in the very rudest of health. Right, let's get the warthog's habitat finished up so we can keep them nice and happy. You see, each animal in the zoo has an overall welfare statistic, basically how happy they are. And that overall welfare statistic is itself comprised of 4 different areas: nutrition, social health, habitat, and enrichment. Luckily, if you select an animal, you'll bring up their animal welfare information panel, which we saw earlier, where you can see how they're doing. That way, you'll know exactly what areas need to be addressed. Don't worry if that's a lot to remember. You can always check the Zoopedia for more information.
Honey, I shrunk the
wise
zoo.
Making sure we're taking care of the warthog's nutrition welfare. To do this, we'll
Zoroark
need to place a
720
food
has
station
purchased
and a
2
drinking
avatars
station.
and Martin's
Now,
packs.
each animal requires a different type of feeding station. And for the warthogs, it's a small feeding trough. So let's add one of those and a water bowl.
Zoro, thank you so much for that purchase and supporting the channel. Thank you for picking up those Stream Loots packs. For the record, for anybody else that would like to get a animal named after yourselves eventually, not right now because I'm doing tutorial stuff, but eventually, you can do so with by picking up some of the Amp and V packs, which do have a coupon code for 15% off right now. Just do !loot to bring that up. I will also accept direct donations for that if you don't want to take the chance at the cards. But the cards do have fun. Stream leaders! Yummy, yummy.
Wosteen_oil is keeping the baby sable from the chicken nuggies.
Let the baby eat chimkin! Dang. Do we go for the double green chest? Or do we go for the silver chest? I guess we'll go for the double green chest. Probably more useful to you all. Oh. This isn't refreshed yet? I guess we gotta wait a few seconds.
Joke.
By the way, for those that are not aware, those little critters that you keep seeing on the screen are martins. Martins are a variety of mustelid, cousins of the otter, weasel, ferret, etc. They are precious tree noodles. And this one is shutting down. Alright, so habitat. Habitat does whatever a habitat does. Does it do stuff? I don't know. Probably. I hope so. Stud book? What the hell is a stud book? Okay, some of this is starting to come back to me. Well, guess we'll stick that there. And this over
Animals
here.
also require stimulation to keep them happy. Let's add a lovely mud bath for the warthogs to roll around in. That bath will count towards their enrichment welfare, specifically their toy enrichment welfare. Oh, nice work. You've got a knack for this, I see. Now, our contractor had to leave in a hurry, so this place is in a pharaoh state. Unfinished thingamajigs and whatsits all over the shop. But the first thing we need to finish is the
It's
ostrich
Facebook
habitat.
for studs. All right.
I need to locate the highlighted area. I have located the highlighted area. I am zooming into the highlighted area. Hello there, highlighted area. Pleasure to see you.
Before we actually start building our ostrich habitat, let's pause the game. Just click the
Ow,
button in
Ashley.
the bottom right corner. Ah, that's more like it. A quick break. Sometimes it's a good idea to pause the game whilst you're doing something which requires your concentration, because it'll stop the zoo spinning out of control while you're looking the other way. Let's keep the game paused while we get this ostrich habitat built. Okay, job number 1 here is to add a habitat gate before we complete the barrier. Every habitat needs a habitat gate. After all, how else would the keepers get
I
in
love
the
how
right
it says
way?
keeper
Just
gate,
make sure it's hooked up to
but
the
she's
path so the
saying
keepers
habitat
can reach
gate.
it.
Okay, we'll place a habitat gate. Or a keeper gate.
Joke.
Bloop. What do you mean outside placement area? Ugh.
Let's complete the perimeter barrier so we can adopt us some ostriches. I've marked out an area for you to use, so I'd like you to finish off the perimeter using the brick barrier.
Wait, why are we building this with the brick barrier? Don't we want windows and stuff? You know, things for the viewers to look through and whatnot. Here's how we make curved. Whee! Dook dook doo doo dook. Ah! I can't see! There we go.
Good work! Remember, before you can place animals in any habitat, it has to have a full loop of connected barrier. Now, you've probably noticed that guests can't actually see into this habitat at the moment. At least not without a stepladder. But seeing as they're banned, I'd like you to select a piece of barrier and swap out the brick for a glass barrier, so the guests can see in.
Okay. Ah, that's how we do it. Maybe. Ah, so we select it and then click the glass barrier.
There we go.
There we go.
Adding in more windows gives guests even more opportunities to see the animals in a habitat. It's always best to make sure the guests can get a good view into a habitat from the path they're walking on, because it makes them happy, and because this would be a pretty terrible zoo if they couldn't. The last thing we need to do is to add a donation box. You see, when guests enjoy the view of an animal, they'll make a donation. Just make sure you put them in easy-to-reach places, like near a viewing point. Donation boxes are one of the main sources of income for the zoo, so make sure you remember them. Now, before we adopt our ostriches, you should click the play button. After all, if the game's paused, then so are our caretakers, which will make it a bit tricky for them to deliver the ostriches, eh? By the way, as well as pausing the game, you can speed the game up by clicking on the fast forward button.
Yes,
It'll
yes,
run
yes.
everything at 2 times and 5 times faster. It can be useful, especially if you're waiting for money to accumulate or for animals to be delivered to your habitat. Personally, I use it when I'm waiting for a brew to finish. All right, you've finished the habitat, so it's high time we adopted those ostriches, don't you think? Let's get 4 of them in here.
Yeah, Kobiak is right. Martins would just jump over the wall. Or destroy the wall. Or otherwise sneakily get past the... Why did I... Oh, right. That bloop bloop. That's what I was doing. No more mini mode. For now. Alright. Adopt and place 4 new common ostriches. Okele dokele. Adopt. 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 And adopt. Let's put it there. Dang it, get in there.
While we wait for them to be collected by the caretakers and brought to the habitat, you should get it ready for them. Add a suitable feeding station, water station, and an appropriate food enrichment item. It's often best to place things like enrichments and feeding stations near to the habitat perimeter, so guests can get a really good view of the animals.
Okay. Food bowl. A slow feeder.
Becoming increasingly obvious.
And the water trough.
I can deny it no longer.
Dang it.
I am small. Becoming increasingly obvious. I can deny it no longer.
How do I rotate
I am
this?
small. Becoming increasingly obvious. I can deny it no longer.
I require to rotate this.
Becoming increasingly obvious. I can...
Oh, fine.
Oh, good to see the ostriches have somewhere they can really stretch their legs. Did you know they can actually run at 43 miles per hour? Oh, heaven forbid they ever escape. The speed camera fines alone would bankrupt us.
Well, Bernie certainly seems impressed. Did he do his speed camera joke? Every time we get an ostrich. So, now we've
Joke.
made the ostriches' lives a bit better, let's do the same for the keepers, shall we? To make it easier for the keepers to feed the ostriches and hippos, we should build a new keeper hut. Keeper huts are where the keepers prepare the food for animals, so they should be placed near to the habitats to make sure the keepers don't waste their time walking when they should be looking after the animals.
Yes, we will make the keepers' lives better by turning them into animals too. It's brilliant! Hello, Adoram. We are turning you into... Oh, thank you.
Nothing, because I gave you
You don't want to be in my zoo? Orem does not want to be in my zoo. What was I doing? Oh, right. Build a keeper hut.
You'll need to rotate the keeper hut to get it to connect up to the path.
Okay, how? Oh. Raise, lower. I can bury it in the ground. rotate 90 degrees. Okay. Oh. That is a lot of work, a lot of stuff to remember, but X is definitely useful. Oh, they want me to place it in a specific spot. Fine. There. You happy now?
This
Better
keeper
be.
hut only has space for one keeper, but the larger keeper hut can allow multiple keepers to prepare food at the same time. Oh, but bear in mind that keeper huts and other staff facilities shouldn't be placed near to areas where there are lots of guests. Guests don't like seeing facility buildings, and it can affect their happiness negatively. In case that wasn't clear. Something that all facilities, shops, and a whole host of other objects need is power. And that obviously includes your newly built keeper hut. So let's place a transformer next to it, shall we? Now, the reason everything has gone blue is because you're using the power heat map. This map allows you to see what is and what isn't powered in your zoo. So once you've placed your transformer, you can click in the bottom left to turn the heat map off. Lovely work. Now the keepers can start using the hut to prepare food, and thanks to where you've put it, they won't need to walk very far to deliver it to the ostriches and hippos. Let's get on to your next objective then. Bengal tigers. We want to adopt some, but I'm afraid there's nothing ready for them yet. Head on over to the plot of land I've marked out. It's not too far away. Righty, your next job is to build a habitat from scratch. And concrete and glass, I expect. So go ahead and build it. Just make sure that the habitat includes that big hole we've dug. Oh, and don't forget to add a habitat gate to the barrier. Oh, and make sure the guests will be able to see the tigers.
Alright, Chrisos, thank you. Collect rewards. Yes, yes, lady, I know. I got it. Shut up. I will agree, Zorro. I don't know why they're like, oh, Merle, have a great night. Sleep well. But I don't really understand why they are so particular about those, things being hidden. It's like, really? People get unhappy seeing the building? Camera, would you please not move on me like that? Yes, hello, kitty. I feel you nudging my foot. I am putting your cousins in here. I think my kitty wants attention. Oh, this is such a terrible job. Oh. Oh well. I'm going for it anyways. Alright, so we need to add a habitat get. Go away. Stop. Would you? There. Hey there, Toshime. I'm just setting up the zoo now and learning how to do so. Ah, that worker's waste of time. Just pour kibble for the week and go. No need to spend minutes preparing something like that. Yeah. Sadly, no joke there, Wostein. Hey, we got another transformer over here. That is hidden slightly. Ah, that's the trade center. Where is my keeper hut? Ugh. I'm trying to find the nearest keeper hut so I can point the door towards it. But I think it's over here. Yeah, some people really get very insistent on their food.
Bernie takes safety very seriously at his zoos, so we should probably make sure those tigers can't jump out of their habitat, don't you think? The way we'll do it is by changing the height of the habitat's barrier. Okay then, you should start by double-clicking the habitat barrier, which will take you into barrier editing mode. Great.
Okay.
Highlight the entire perimeter of the habitat. You can do that by clicking and dragging the barrier selection tool. Now you've got all of the perimeter selected, you can increase the height of it by clicking and dragging the barrier height tool upwards. You'll want to make sure it reaches a height of at least 3.7 meters.
Okay. He's done. Also, is it just mirrors? Oh, okay. I should probably replace some of this with glass. Thinking about it. Glass. And glass. All the glass. Apparently what I did not actually count. Like, it says it's 5 point something meters. Is that not high enough? They said 3.7. Okay, fine. We'll make it even higher.
Don't forget to put down a donation box near to your viewing areas. We need every dollar we can get. Especially as these tigers aren't exactly eating instant noodles for lunch.
Oh, I guess I wasn't supposed to make this side glass.
Habitat gates in place, and most importantly, the tigers won't be able to jump out of it anymore. I think it's time we adopted those tigers.
Sure. Y'all ready for some tigers?
Whilst our trusty caretakers collect and deliver the tigers, let's take a look at preparing the
What
habitat
called
for
out,
their arrival.
Wostein?
We'll start with the basics. Add a suitable feeding station for them.
We'll put the food right next to the donation box.
This time, instead of adding a water bowl, let's try something different. Some animals need a pool in their habitat so they can go for a swim, but they can also use it to drink from. All you have to do is make sure the banks of the pool have a gentle slope so they can easily get a nice, refreshing drink. There's already a pool excavated, but you still need to fill it with water. You should do that by going into terrain and selecting the water tool.
You like Target and bearded dragons. Okay.
Yes, that'll do nicely. Of course.
Oh God!
Warthogs
We
and
drowned one of the tigers!
tigers will also need some enrichment. Why don't you add some suitable toy and food enrichment items into their habitats?
Okay, looks like the tiger's okay. You'll eat instant noodles? I mean, instant noodles are great. They're so tasty. A frozen blood pumpkin.
Okay, it's really
Are these
starting to take
freaking
shape.
balloons that are
Now,
flying
the
up?
tigers will need a shelter in their
Can these
habitats so
kids
they can
not
hide
keep
from
a
guests
single
who
hold on
might
their
deal with bad
balloons?
weather. Although, given that we're in England, you might want to think of that just as normal weather. Go on, add a shelter to their habitat. You can either build one from
I can
various
pop
suitable
'em!
bits and bobs, or if you like, just pop down the blueprint that I've already built for you.
Where's more balloons? Pop. Pop. Balasar? Do you really feel the need to ask that question of me? I can pop all the balloons that they bought. Ha ha ha! My favorite animal would be martens by far. What were we supposed to do? Right, shelter. We'll stick it over here.
Oh, poor Dabs. I'm sure it can't have escaped your attention that the tigers look a bit miffed. That's because they aren't too keen on the type of terrain in their habitat. Select a tiger and bring up its information panel. Rightio, click on the terrain tab. That way you can view the terrain information and see how they feel about the different types of terrain. That'll tell you what the tigers need more of or less of in this habitat. Okay then, open the terrain editing tool, select painting, and give them some more soil. Yes, that should help with the habitat part of their welfare.
Okay, soil. Do you want heavy or light? Don't mind me, everybody. I'm just painting the ground. And I guess they want more grass? Short? There we go.
They say the good fences make good neighbors. I guess that's doubly true when one of the neighbors is a Bengal tiger. Still, those tigers look so happy that I doubt they'd leave. Even if you did poke a hole in their fence. Oh, but for heaven's sake, don't test that theory.
I was just about to be like, would you like to find out about that, Bernie?
Told that we need to improve their social welfare.
Social welfare? What?
Now then, just find one of the peafowls and select them to open an information panel. Then we can have a good gander at how they're doing. Although technically,
Isn't this
gandering would just be for geese.
Aren't people's
social welfare, and we can get a bit.
Would you stop talking so I can talk? Aren't people supposed to be seeing the animals at zoos? Why is there a literal hedge maze in here? Like, sure, it looks nice, but why? Also, time for Stream Raiders. Do 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 do. Well, because then if the animal gets in there, we're not going to see the animal. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
Duke.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. You know, better idea. Better idea. Hear me out, everybody. Hear me out. What we're going to do is we're going to take the people, put them into the maze and then start TFing. And if they want to keep their humanity, they got to get out before they finish. There. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Why do I feel like we just have 10,000 animals by the end of the day stuck in a maze? Alright.
Now, they've clearly got plenty of space, and they're not stressed, but it looks like their social group isn't quite right. So let's find out more. Click on the social tab at the top of their information panel to see what's wrong. Right, as you can see, the peafowls need their population to be larger. To solve this little problem...
Woteam_Hoyle says, one day after that policy law, Archineer just resubscribed for 5 months. Oh hey. Thing. And here I was about to just lurk and snooze quietly and without fuss.
Well, that happened. Rob, thank you very much for that resub and those 5 months of support. Thank you, and welcome in tonight. What if you get lost in the maze and transform into one of those many animals? Oh no. Yes, Kieran. That would be terrible. One day, so Wostein said, one day after that policy launch, there's just a long line of folks. Yeah. Alright, we gotta adopt and place some more animals. Alright, Wostein, they're peafowls, so looks like you're up. Get in here. Welcome to the zoo.
Good work on those peafowls. I expect they'll be delivered soon. But sadly, it sounds like our snow leopard is a bit grumpy. Let's head over there and see what's wrong with her.
Sorry, everybody. I am enjoying a quick nibble on foods. But yeah, the hand tracking gets stuck sometimes when it loses tracking.
Things aren't quite right. You know, like when you see someone put in the milk before the tea bag. In the case of these snow leopards, they're a bit stressed by their lack of privacy. You can lower their stress levels by swapping out the normal glass barrier by their cave for one-way glass. It's not a cheap option, but I think they're worth the expense, don't you? This will give the snow leopards somewhere to go when they want to get away from the prying eyes of the guests. Of course, when an animal isn't in its natural biome, it's probably going to be too hot or too cold. Unsurprisingly for the snow leopards, it's too hot. Even with the terrible British weather, you should help cool it down by adding some coolers to their habitat. But let's start by opening up the temperature heat map and having a look-see at the temperature in the leopard's habitat.
Open the heat map? Oh, okay.
As you can see, we already have one cooler in there. Let's pop some more down and get as much of the habitat as chilly as we can. Luckily for us, this habitat already has power, but you'll need to make sure of that in the future. Just so you know, if any part of a habitat is powered, then the whole habitat will be powered. You can find heat maps for all sorts of helpful things, so do be sure to explore them and make good use of them. It'll take a little while for the temperature to adjust once you've added coolers or heaters, but now we've got the coolers in, we can address the leopards' terrain welfare. You see, what the leopards really want in here is snow and rock, so let's make that happen.
Nom 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 nom. Sorry. Again, I was nibbling on the foods. See you later, Rob. I almost called you Lurk for some reason. Actually, Zoro, that is actually how it works. You can get areas to heat or cool the outdoors. However, they are also kind of, super, expensive. Ah, right, that's what I need to do. Hello, Snow Leopard. What the hell is that name? Ulin Yagan Setsig? Ulin Yagan Setsig. That is certainly a name. That is certainly a name. Looks like someone fell asleep on the keyboard. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Alright, they want more snow. Look at me, Mom! I can paint with snow!
Now then, all of that should give you a pretty good understanding of how to make animals happy. So I'd like you to go and check on all the other animals in the zoo and fix up any issues with their habitats. That'll increase the average welfare of the animals across the whole zoo. And that average welfare is a very important statistic. Now, to quickly see how all your animals are doing in the zoo, you should go into zoo management and then into the animals section.
Okay. Ah, down here. Animals.
Shows you the animals overall.
Wait, there are elephants here?
So if something's amiss, then you can quickly pop over to them using the locate button. Right, I'm off for a cuppa while you make sure all the animals are well looked after.
Oh, thanks. Bye now. Here we go. So our tortoises want enrichment. And they're having welfare. Oh, I guess it's just enrichment. Food enrichment and habitat, toy enrichment. Okay. Oh. I guess I'm missing one of the DLC. Or a lot of the DLC. What the hell? When the hell did they add all of this? Nom nom DLC. No joke, Pikash. Like, what the hell? Well, guys, I definitely need some of these. Planet Zoo. Oh, you wanted animals? Yeah. I need some donations, everybody. Wait, I can only purchase this as a gift? I can't even purchase it at that discount for myself? Okay, I need to investigate this a little bit. Oh god, what is going... Okay, there we go. We fixed it. Okay, so because I own the deluxe upgrade and the base game, I can't just buy the bundle of everything else that I'm missing? Really? I can't get that little discount? Planet Zoo EA Edition? Yeah, and usually the bundles take out what you already own. But I won't lie, I kind of really want the aquatic pack because I like fish. Oh wait, is this just penguins? Is this oops all penguins? Wait, is that supposed to be an otter? What the hell is that? That does not look like no otter. Okay, maybe it does a bit. I do kind of want this one. Dang it. When's the next Steam sale? What all... A whole 5 animals per DLC? Or at least for this one? Oh, they're giant. Okay, that makes sense. Those are accurate for giant otters. Okay, that is accurate. Okay. Yeah, 5 animals for $10. That's like... This is kind of a ripoff. What are the rest of these like? Sorry for the interruption to the actual game, everybody. Okay, well this one is $10 for 8 animals. Oh, they add the wallaby. Wallabies are cute. And striped beans. Hold on. 5 colorful species of...
This hamlet shall not fall.
Thieve Lengords raided my stream with 11 viewers.
Well, I apologize for the TTS butchering your name like that, but the Valenguards, hello there! Thank you very much for that raid. We're kind of going over DLC right now, kind of like, holy crap, why is this so expensive? But how was your stream, Valengard? Would you like a regular shout out, or would you like a random clip from your channel? Okay, these are adorable. No, go back to the Eames. It was adorable. They were playing with bubbles. That was adorable. And then we got Leggy Boy. Anyways, where was I? Oh yeah, would you like a random clip or would you like a regular shout out? Oh, you already said it. Okay. You were playing, ooh, 7 Days to Die. Very nice. Sorry, I'm a little easily distracted today. The ADHD is strong.
Joke.
But yeah, welcome on in, okay, fair, Lyndon, fair. Yeah, I love 7 Days to Die. I backed them way back in the day on Kickstarter. It's been fun. Well, welcome on in, everybody. I am Raw Zim. We do all sorts of things here. Right now, we're kind of like, why are we paying $10 for 5 animals? Or I guess here they say 8 animals, etc. But either way, thank you so much for that raid and sharing your community with me. I really appreciate it. We do all sorts of things here. Like I said, we're doing the Planet Zoo tonight. I'll stop looking at that and... Okay, I am too curious about this. I was going to count how many it listed. If it counts... Okay, 8 animals. We got the wolf, or maned wolf, emu, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so they count all 5 butterflies as one animal. Okay, I accept that. But anyways, now that that's settled, we do all sorts of things. Yesterday we were doing Total War Warhammer 3 as well as Minecraft, and we have a lot of tabletop games here on the channel. We do Pathfinder, World of Darkness, Exalted, and we have a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon tabletop campaign.
What's going on?
And just because I have to, if you do have a D&D Beyond subscription, cancel it. Because fuck Wizards of the Coast. Sorry, I have to say that. It is required.
I can dance on the head of a pin as well.
Hey Pakesht, you have been given an AMP and V pack through stream loots by Wosteen_oil. Good luck.
Linux, hello! Thank you very much for coming on in. And again, Valengards, thank you very much for that raid and sharing your community with me. Everyone, do make sure you share the love and go check out Valengards. All right, Pakesh, let's get you that pack. Pakesh, you need to sign up for Stream Raiders, or for Stream Loots before I can send that to you. So please sign up for Stream Loots now by using !loot. Also, there is not much music in this game. I think I'm going to play my own music. They got nice music in this game, but I'm just going to play my own. And by my own, I mean, you know, No Life Radio. Because No Life Radio is fun. Alright, so they want food enrichment. Sure, we'll give them a fruit spike tree. And a dog ball, I guess. And a block of frozen fruit. There we go. Now they want toy. Herb scent marker. Herb. 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 We'll give him a sprinkler. Alright. So that is that dealt with. Do we have anybody else that needs better welfare? Ah, our zebras and giraffes, apparently. Zoom. Pakesh, you do not need to pay anything. You can get those card packs for free. In fact, I give them out quite frequently. You just have to use your Twitch account to sign in. Alright. Why are people going? No! Get back in my zoo! Get back here. We're gonna turn you into animals for the zoo. You're not allowed to leave. Okay. Oh, you're a plain zebra. I do wish there were a way to, like, be like, oh wait, can I? No, I cannot. Alright, Pakesh, let me go ahead and add that, or send that to you. There you go, Pakesh. Your pack has been sent. Alright, have a grab ball.
Not bad at
all.
I think it's fair to say that you've passed the first part of your training with flying colours. There's still lots more to learn, but we'll have to head to another one of Bernie's zoos for that. If you want to grab your passport, we'll head off, shall we?
Oh. Okay. I don't care about saving that. Hello there, Rocco.
Pakesh is sending love to everyone.
Aww, love's back to you, Pakesh. But yeah, Pakesh, welcome to Stream Loots. You can destroy cards for resources that you can then use to craft other cards, or you can just play whatever you got out of your pack. Alright, so I guess this is the next tutorial. Do 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 do. Yeah, you can also redeem your channel points for cards. Speaking of, the pack has been sent, Wostein. Good luck.
Welcome to Madagascar.
Joke.
It's quite the change of scenery from dreary old England, huh? Apart from the weather, I suppose. They don't call these places rainforests for nothing. The zoo you'll be working in is an ape sanctuary, where we're doing vitally important conservation work. Not just for apes, but for all kinds of species. But apes, well, apes are some of the closest relatives to humans there are. And yet, the way the world treats them is like, well, very much like some of us treat our actual relatives. Anyway, that's why I'm determined that our operation here does some good. If we can all leave some part of the world in a better state than we found it, we'll have lived lives worth living. And speaking of states, I have a horrible feeling I left the house in the right one. When I get back, I expect my life won't be worth living at all.
What do you think of Madagascar, then? Bit warm for my taste, to be honest. Anyway, this is Bernie's primate sanctuary. It's not just primates, though. We've got all sorts of animals. So why don't we go and have a look at some of them, eh? We'll start by taking a look at the red-ruffed lemurs. They're the ones that look like they should be in a Shakespeare play. Come on, let's head over to them.
Alright. Locate the highlighted area.
Red-ruffed lemurs are found in the rainforests of Massoala. That's in northeast Madagascar. They can actually live anywhere from 15 up to 25 years. Fancy that, eh? Okay, when you're ready, let's go find our Bornean orangutans.
Okay. Are they just going to give me a bunch of tutorials about animals here?
The Bornean orangutan is such a marvelous creature. They're always a big favourite at any zoo they feature in, and they're also the biggest tree-dwelling animal on the planet.
No, there are no martins in the game yet.
Oh, why don't you take a better look at them? Open up their information panel and go into the animal camera. Aren't they just incredible?
Yes, very incredible.
Look, see at some of our beautiful bonobos. They're quite the characters.
Oh, right, I get out of this way. Okay, I believe you. If you guys would like to donate towards me getting a particular DLC, I would be very appreciative.
Oh dear! It looks like we've arrived just in time. One of the habitat's barriers has collapsed. And wouldn't you know it, one of the bonobos has made a run for it. We'll need to catch them. But before we do, we should box up the other bonobos to stop them escaping too. Select the habitat boundary to bring up the habitat information panel. Good. Now open the Animals tab. And click on Box All Animals to box up the remaining bonobos.
I love how I can just
Now,
be like,
we need a
and
vet to
box
recapture that
everybody.
escaped bonobo, but it seems our last one left to do some research in the wild. Not an ideal situation. So, we'll need to hire a replacement, sharpish. Go into the zoo section and then into the staff management area.
Yeah, there are a lot of animals that they've locked behind DLC. It's kind of ridiculous. And relatively expensive DLC at that. You need a lot more points for redeems? Some of them, yes, Rocco. I did kind of need to increase them because they were getting spammed a little too much. I mean, it's about $10 for 5 animals, and we'll leave that all off. It's about $10 for 5 animals. Granted, a lot of those come with a lot of extra stuff, so, you know.
Zoroark 720 cheered with 500 eggy bitties. The Martins send their regards to your zoo.
Ow. Yeah, I do like it when they make definitive editions. Like, I'm okay with them making money off of this. It's just like, come on. That's a lot of money to dish out if you're trying to pick up what you've missed. Okay, so I need to... Oh! Apparently the animal wandered back in on its own. I'm like, why is that checked? And it's like, oh, because this little guy wandered in on his own. No need to hire another vet. He's already in there. What wasn't really that bad? What? I'm confused. Oh, I see. The monkey's like, I'm out of here. Wait, no, that wasn't really that bad. We'll stay. I'll stay. Really, Ryusho? God.
You can find all of your staff in here, but there's no time to go looking at their particulars at the moment. Hire a vet. Now, click on one of the paths to place the vet in your zoo. Okay, that's a relief. So while the vet deals with our bonobo friend, let's go fix up their habitat so they can't escape again. Head back over there.
I'm here!
As you can see, the barrier's collapsed. Someone's taken their eye off the ball, obviously. Let's get this one replaced. Select the barrier and then we'll edit it. Delete the broken section of barrier and replace it with a brand spanking new one.
How do? Yeah, we're gonna turn off unpurchased DLC stuff. I don't like that. Just reminds me how I don't have all that DLC. Ah, right, barriers. That's what I want. Oh, the monkey escaped again. I'm struggling to understand what I'm supposed to do. What? Oh, select it and delete. There we go.
Good. Now that we've done that, we need to make sure to add climb-proof barriers to the top. That way the bonobos won't be able to climb out. Just make sure you've got the correct piece of barrier selected when you do that. Okay, so go into the options section and select which side the climb-proof barrier needs to go on. And don't get it wrong. We're more worried about bonobos climbing out than guests climbing in. Nicely done. And I think it's high time we unbox those bonobos, wouldn't you say? The poor mites will get sad if we leave them in there for too long. Select the habitat barrier to bring up the habitat information panel again.
I'm trying to figure out how the hell this is supposed to make it climb proof. Like, I could see how that could be easily climbable. Wait, what about your show? You're currently in Encounter Hell in Pokemon Scarlet? I see. Yeah, if anything, I think that it'd make it easier, Kobiak. It makes it painful for them to try and climb out? How? Is this thing, like, electrified or something? I mean, I guess it would get hot over in the summer. So I suppose that's a way, maybe. Fair enough, I guess. What am I doing? Oh, right.
And then open the Animals tab. And finally, click on Unbox All Animals to let them out. I expect some of them are fair bursting for the toilet.
They couldn't use the toilet inside the box?
Vet leaving, the zoo's mechanics did too. We'll need to hire a couple of new ones so we can help stop any more breakouts. You see, mechanics do all sorts of helpful things around the zoo, but one of their most important jobs is taking care of the habitat barriers. Without mechanics around to repair them, the barriers will crack, crumble, and fall down. And before you know it, we'll be overrun with escaped animals. Go into the zoo section and then into the staff management area again.
I already did it!
Gosh, we have been busy, haven't we? Good work there. I'm off for a cuppa. Oh, I think Bernie wants a word with you.
Oh, boy.
Oh, I hear you had a bit of an issue with an escaped bonobo. The main thing is that you dealt with it swiftly, and more importantly, without the animal stealing someone's clothes, putting them on, and then walking out of the front gate.
You see, another key responsibility for our vets is animal research. Researching animals allows vets to unlock new enrichment items, additional information for our education resources, enhanced breeding programs, and improvements to food quality. The animal's food, not the vets. It'll take more than a research grant to improve the staff canteen. Anyway, as you can see, research is a key part of running your zoo. In order for a vet to undertake research, they require a research center. And once again, that's something that this zoo is
I'm gonna
missing.
be right
So let's
back,
build one.
everybody.
I've marked out an area for you to put it.
Joke.
Sorry about that. I needed to step
Spaz
away
Yeti is
from...
booping the Martin.
How dare you boop me?
Now, you've probably noticed that there's already a building where I want you to build the research center. Don't worry. You see, the building that's currently there is actually a hollow shell, so we're able to place our new building inside of it. If you select the research center for placement and then hover over the shell, you'll see that it asks if you want to add the research center to the existing building. Okay, click to add it to the building. Oh, but that won't place it in just yet, though. First, we'll need to rotate our research center so it automatically connects to the path when we place it.
Okay. Bloop.
Right. Splendid work. Now that we have a brand spanking new research center, we can give our vets something to do in there. Oh, by the way, it's worth noting that the vets will only do research when they're not required to do any other jobs. That said, you can change what jobs a vet does via their information panel. But let's not worry about that just now. So, let's get our vet researching ring-tailed lemurs. Go into the zoo section and select Vet Research.
Okay, what are you wanting me to do now?
Here,
Okay,
you'll
vet
see a list of
research.
all the animals present in your zoo, and also all the potential diseases that can occur. Now, drag and drop your vet onto the ring-tailed lemur to start their research.
Okay.
Actually, thinking about it, I'm not sure we've got any education boards or speakers by the lemur's habitat. Let's head over there and add some, so our guests can learn all about the furry little delights.
What are we spanking? Why are you spanking things? the hell am I
First
missing
off,
in my
let's put
chat?
down 2 education boards. Place them on the habitat barriers at a height that guests can see, or if you like, pop them down on a stand.
Oh, hi. Visual media. I think I'm meant to put this on here. I think. I don't know. Place 2 education boards. Bloop, bloop.
Okay, now that they've been put into position, we have to tell them what animal to display information about. Select one of the education boards to bring up its information panel.
Okay.
And from the drop-down list, select ring-tailed lemur. Although I'm sure that last part was obvious. When you link an education board or a speaker to an animal, you need to make sure that said animal is close by. If it isn't, the guests will get confused and won't learn as much. Okay, now that we've done the education boards, let's pop down a pair of speakers. Speakers play audio to the guests so they can learn while they look at the animals, instead of having to go through the laborious process of reading. Oh, one thing to bear in mind is that it's important not to put the speakers too close together. If you do, the guests won't be able to understand what's being said.
What do you mean? We can't possibly, you know, link the speakers together?
Now we simply need to link the speakers to the ring-tailed lemurs, just like you did with the education boards.
The hell is parole circlets? Did I miss something here?
I am unsure.
Oh, they don't have default things.
Fantastic! Oh, it's worth
There we go.
remembering that education boards and speakers both need power to work. They won't do much good without it. Oh, it looks as though our vet has completed their research on ring-tailed lemurs. We'll need to collect the results. We can do that by clicking on the notification or by going back into the vet research area. Go on, collect your research rewards. Just so you know, vets will continue to research an animal even after successfully completing a research level. I suppose when you're in the zone, you're in the zone. Well,
okay,
now that we've
lady.
enriched the lives of our guests, let's enrich the lives of our ring-tailed lemurs. Some animals, like lemurs, will have a climbing need. That means they have a requirement for a certain amount of climbing space, and you can fulfill that requirement by building them a climbing frame. Let's find out how much more climbing space our lemur friends need, shall we? Select one of them and bring up their information panel.
You know, I'm kind of looking at this stuff that they've built here, and I'm just like, I do not have this kind of creativity at all. Like, they've got 2 whole paths going on here. You got the guests up above, the workers down below. Like, what the heck?
And I'm just chuckling as clearly some of those support pillars are just steel painted to wood.
Some of them aren't even steel painted wood.
Oh no.
Or do you mean wood painted steel?
Steel painted to look like wood. You know, like creative solutions be.
Ah. Oh, right. What was I supposed to be doing? I got distracted.
Climbing frame for the lemurs.
Right.
Next, click on the Terrain tab. Now, as you can see, the lemurs need quite a lot more climbing space. But as it happens, I've already got a climbing frame blueprint built for you. So you can either pop that down or build one yourself from scratch. By the way, it's not always just climbing needs that you have to worry about. Other animals might need a certain amount of water in their habitat so they can go for a swim. They certainly do keep us on our toes. Oh, that's a great climbing frame for them. They're going to absolutely love it. Do you know what would make them even happier, though? Nicer food. But that's true of all of us, though, isn't it? You can unlock better quality food for animals through research. Luckily, we've already unlocked some for the lemurs, so all that remains is to make sure they get served from now on. Let's bring up the habitat information panel by selecting the lemur habitat.
Most of these are just floating in midair.
We have mastered gravitation technologies.
There is literally only this one log that is apparently supporting this entire structure. This is not how it works, evolution. Okay, you know, I can't argue with you on that, Kobiak. Fine. They do have shrink rays. Wait, how do I set their food quality to 2? Or grade
Quality, right
2?
side. Under monkey chow.
I cannot change that.
Oof.
I really should have been paying attention.
And unfortunately, I'm hearing everything on a delay.
Oh, that's a great climbing frame for them.
We're just gonna have to play it again.
Absolutely love it. Do you know what would make them even happier, though? Nicer food. But that's true of all of us, though, isn't it? You can unlock better quality food for animals through research. Luckily, we've already unlocked some for the lemurs, so all that remains is to make sure they get served it from now on. Let's bring up the habitat information panel by selecting the lemur habitat. Lovely. Now select the Animals tab.
Oh.
There we go. As you can see, we can set the food quality in here. Just click on the drop-down menu and select Grade 2 Food Quality. Grade 2 Food Quality. My mouth's already watering.
Oh,
So, a new climbing frame and better food. Oh, you've really spoilt those lemurs rotten. Now, I think it's time we looked at one of the zoo's most important responsibilities. Releasing animals into the wild. You see, when we feel an animal is ready, we can release them into the wild. But what makes an animal a good candidate for release? Well, their age is an important factor. I mean, we can't release an animal that's a juvenile, just as we can't release one that's gotten too old. they'll also need to be fertile. After all, the idea is to repopulate the wild, so the best candidates will have a high fertility gene. And together, the age and fertility of a candidate will determine how many conservation credits will be rewarded when we release them. Now, conservation credits are vitally important. They're the lifeblood of your zoo, because earning them allows you to adopt even more animals. And what's more, the animals you can adopt will be of a higher quality. So, with that in mind, let's pop over to our orangutan habitat.
Okay. To the
I'd like you
orangutan.
to find Agang, the Bornean orangutan in the habitat, and select him, please. You can either click through each orangutan in turn, or select the habitat barrier, go to the animals tab
Okay.
in the habitat
I got him on the
panel,
first
and find him in
go.
the animals list.
I just happened to click one and it was him. I selected him. I think I broke her.
I know it's sad to see him go, but he'll be happy out in the wild. And
What do
he's
you
a
mean he'll
wonderful
be
candidate
happy
for
out in the
release.
wild?
Young, strong, and fertile. Excellent work there. You've definitely got potential, you know.
Ah, I see you've been doing some
I am
homework.
hungry.
Although it hardly seems like work when you're learning about something as adorable as a ring-tailed lemur. I imagine I'd have got much better grades at school if there'd been less algebra and more aldebra. Tortoises.
Okay, so far we've done a lot of work with habitat animals, but now it's time to learn all about exhibit animals. Let's build a brand new exhibit. I've marked an area for our new exhibit. How about we head over there?
Okay.
Now let's build a new exhibit in the gap that's been left. Just add it to the building like we did with the research center earlier, then pop it into the gap.
Exhibit. 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 Ribbit. Is it supposed to face a particular way? I'm gonna guess
Perfect.
no.
The next thing to do is adopt an exhibit animal to go in there. How about a healer monster? Open up the exhibit trading section and
A
adopt one.
healer monster? I don't want to heal the monsters. Well, I guess it depends on what kind of monsters we're talking about. Actually, there are some really cute monsters. Okay, we'll go ahead and heal the monsters.
Ethereal influence. Heal the phone.
Just as we do with habitat animals, we need to send the healer monster to the exhibit. Click on the exhibit to send it there. When you
We can
send
do
an
that.
animal to an exhibit, it'll automatically be given the correct setup. But that doesn't mean it's completely ready for them. So let's finish it off. We'll start by adding some enrichment items. Click on the exhibit to bring up its information panel. Good. Now click on the layout tab.
They got African wild dog masks. Or hats. That's adorable. What was I supposed to... Oh, right, this.
Well, it looks like we've only got the enrichment level 1 items unlocked at the moment. Never mind, let's turn on at least one of them for the healer monster. As I'm sure you know by now, you can unlock more enrichment levels by having one of your vets do some research. Now we'll also need to set the temperature and humidity in the exhibit. These are vitally important for keeping our healer monster happy and comfortable. Click on the climate tab. Here, you can see the Gila monster's desired temperature and humidity. You can change both of these by adjusting the dials below. Make sure it's going to be nice and cozy.
15 to 25. So we'll set it to 20.
That's the ticket.
Boom!
And the last thing we need to look at is setting up the different windows. So click on the Windows tab.
Okay. Right. I forgot it would take a moment to actually process that. I'm sitting here like, I'm going to be cheeky and hit the Windows key.
You can edit and customize any of the windows on an exhibit. A window can be closed and blank, or have a 2-dimensional background, or even a 3-dimensional background on it. Why don't you have a play around with the options? There's also an exhibit education board. Pop them down near your exhibits to teach your guests about them. Let's add one now.
There we go. What was I doing? All right, education boards. What am I doing now? Wait, what is going on with my... There we go. Okay. What am I doing? An exhibit actually... an exhibit education board. Yes, we will put it up here. Upside down. That moment when they might have just a little too much customizability. Why is this not letting me... Okay, there we go. We will stick it here.
Lovely stuff. Now our guests can learn all about our venomous friend here. Right, now, I've got a bit of a big job for you. I need you to increase the number of species in the zoo. You'll probably want to adopt both habitat and exhibit animals to do so, which will mean building plenty
What is going on with my camera?
new habitats and exhibits for them. Go on, off you pop.
What is happening with my
you
mouse?
when you're almost done.
Okay, my mouse is free. I don't know what happened. I'm scared. Hello there, Cyberwolf. How you doing? And what is wrong with my hand? What the hell? Right, thank you, Chris Sobs. I was going to do that last time and I forgot. Okay. The mouse is hiding from the owl. Yeah, you're probably right. Oh, but now the owl is a mouse. What do we do now? I don't think they covered this. This was not in my field operation manual. I think we're in trouble, guys. I plugged the owl mouse into my PC. All right. Rygon, good morning.
Hey, I woke up.
I noticed. Did you like your super pillow nest?
Yes, it was very lovely. Thank you so much.
Good, good.
Stretch. I do wish I had slept so long, though. I have work to do.
The fact that you passed out like that is clearly. Why is my mouse? Blah! Seriously, what is going on with my mouse?
Sure somebody didn't like play a card or something to mess with it?
I don't have that sort of thing. um. Anyways, what was it? Oh, right. Um. Oh. Okay, game, are you good? Yeah. I'm not doing this. Anyways, clearly the fact that your body decided to do that and make you pass out like that means that you need it.
Pass out like what?
Well, you fell asleep in a call with us.
Yes.
Clearly because your body needs to sleep.
Okay. Oh, I mean, when you said passed out like that, I'm wondering, like, well, how did I pass out?
Well, we were definitely hearing you snore.
Oh, was I snoring? I apologize.
Active
Yeah.
sounds. And did they go to sleep?
Yeah, it didn't take me very long to go to sleep, unfortunately.
Okay. I'm going to save this. And we're going to restart the game and hope that it decides to work better next time. Rygon purrs.
That said, I definitely need to try a happy evolution and pile of pillows at some point now, adding to the list of things I need to draw one day.
Dude, that sounds pretty fun.
I know, right?
So yeah, I was looking through the DLC for Planet Zoo, and it's like there is so much now.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, as far as I can tell, still no Martins.
Because nobody likes them. You should write a complaint about it. Maybe that'll get some attention going, and they'll be like, "Hey, you know what? Yeah, Martins are kind of neat."
Am I nobody to you?
Yes.
Oh.
Well, you see, you do all of this to raise awareness and information about Martins.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, this is just another step to bring it to Planet Zoo.
Oh, I heard a bading. What does the bading mean?
Oh, that is Stream Pirates. Speaking of, I
Oh.
should do that. They do need to add actual aquariums to this though.
I
And
agree.
dinos.
I'm sure once they run out of, like, you know, animals, more or less, like popular ones, they'll be like, oh man, what do we got to do? Oh, whales.
Honestly, I don't think they ever will. Because they probably get sued by Microsoft for that.
Oh, can you be sued just by having an animal in a video game?
No, because Zoo Tycoon, which was released by Microsoft, they had 2 expansions released for it. One added dinosaurs, and the other one added aquariums. Tea and cookies? I want tea and cookies.
I say, well, sure, but like, you still can't copyright actual animals.
No, but the concept of having a zoo game that also includes an aquarium and dinosaurs. Like, the aquarium they could get away with. The dinosaurs, they probably could.
Lovely stuff. Now
But
our
I don't
guests
know
can
for
learn
sure.
all about our venomous friend here. Right, now, I've got a bit of a big job for you. I need you to increase the number of species in the zoo. You'll probably want to adopt both habitat and exhibit animals to do so, which will mean building plenty of new habitats and exhibits for them. Go on, off you pop. I'll check
Nothing
in
new
with you when
there.
you're almost done.
Okay. Ah, it's working again. Cool. Also, I'm gonna change a thing here. Borderless. I just liked having my games in borderless windowed mode.
I have to have mine in borderless windowed mode now.
Oh, for Dixper?
If I'm using, yeah, for Dixper. If they're full screen, Dixper's screen won't work.
Ah. How dare you cackle maniacally at us?
Aha, misfortune. Cackle, cackle.
Cackle, 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 cackle.
Oh no, it's the Wicked Witch of the South. And maybe the North, too.
Okay, I need 12 species in the zoo. I currently have 9.
Did you play franchise or what?
I'm going through the campaign for the tutorial stuff.
Mm-hmm. You actually bothered to learn the game. What a loser. Not like me diving headfirst, not knowing what the hell to do.
We're losing money. What? How? I don't know.
Jeffy!
Alright, let's boot everything out.
Yeah, I really need more of the DLC. Well, rather, I want more of the DLC.
Which DLC would you want?
All of them?
Well, I mean, if you had to choose one in particular.
Aquatics for the fish. Or
Well,
aquatic critters.
no, the aquatic doesn't give me fish. It gives me aquatic animals. I don't know. The grasslands pack seems really good. Like, I like Eans, and maned wolves are cute, and wallabies are cute. But I also like fennecs, which are in a different one, apparently. And then there's this Twilight pack that seems intriguing. Like... Oh, this one includes the red fox and Egyptian fruit bat and skunk and raccoon. God dang it!
Denied.
I can say I don't care that much for the conservation pack, so that's one to cross off.
Okay.
I want one that includes margins. Ugh. Oh, otters. Regular otters.
Booting up my stream.
Arctic fox. Like, animals I like are there's one here, there's one there, there's one over there, there's one there.
Let's be honest, they do that on purpose.
I know they do. Doesn't mean I can't be like, God dang it.
Yeah, too bad you weren't around a little bit earlier when everything was on sale for like, a couple bucks each.
I know. I'm gonna have to wait for
the
that.
winter sale.
Mm-hmm.
Wait for the next
That's when I picked
one.
up all the DLC.
Yep.
You could do that. You could also utilize some online sites to see if you could grab some keys or something.
Ooh. Except I don't know any that are actually, safe to use.
I've used plenty.
I've never used any, so I'd need suggestions.
Here, I'll send you the resource that I use.
How can I want to tell what animals can be kept together. I know there is a way to find that out.
There you go, Zoo.
Well, thank you. I'll have to go take a look.
Sure. Yeah, if you click on any of those, like any of that interest you, it'll show you a list of various sites that have keys available, what their prices are, discount codes, all that sort of jazz. So it's a good kind of like, not melting pot. It's a good listed collection for you, and then you can kind of decide, okay, what do I want to explore? What I can say is I've had good experiences with such things like King Yuan, G2A, stuff like that. So,
wasn't G2A the one that had a bunch of drama over it?
I wouldn't be surprised, but the whole market itself is considered dramatic to a certain point. Not because it's necessarily bad, but just because people are like, well, we're doing the keys, and that means the developers aren't getting the money. It's like, well, the developers are the ones sending out the code, so they didn't want that to happen. They probably shouldn't be doing that.
These keys and codes are available, so, well.
Oh yeah, there's some really good prices on these.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll have to go through that later.
Yeah. I wish
Wait,
there
there
was
was
just
a-
like a... Go ahead.
There was a season pass?
If there is, maybe you could grab it. Get a bunch of them at once.
There might not actually be one. But I'll have to take a look at that later.
Or thing.
Yeah, G2, yeah, that's right, old pal. G2A had stolen keys and was being accused of being a money laundering site.
No, I don't know anything about that. All I can say is, oh, I did have a good experience with them. Like, you know, I paid the money, I got my stuff. That's all I can really say.
Yeah. Alright. The Mandrill. Let's see what you play well with.
Nothing.
Nope, it does not. You are very much correct. What the else can I even add? Oh, I guess I've got another whole section of zoo here that I can build on.
Might be handy to use.
Yeah, just a little bit. 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 I also recall that animals need to be put in quarantine when you first acquire them.
No. They go to the animal trading post. Or to whatever that thing's called. Then you can just put them right in.
Theoretically, there's chance, or at least, I don't know if the game incorporates it, but theoretically, just want to make sure they don't develop any illnesses in that time.
But I don't know if this game makes you deal with that.
Usually illnesses are the result of the pen itself not being clean.
I recall something about, well, I guess I'll go figure it out as I'm going through, the...
Starting up my stream?
Okay.
Deal.
Okay. Go ahead and continue.
I suppose that I have, well, now that's a beautiful fur coat. What was I saying?
You were talking about animals in quarantine?
Oh, yeah. I recall that being a thing. I could be wrong.
It is a thing in the game. When an animal gets sick, that's where they're put.
Ah. Zoopedia, there we go. The hippo gets no benefit from sharing space. Okay. Well then, let's pause the game and set up a hippo enclosure. I have no idea what I'm doing.
Well, we've got the basics.
So I'm sure we'll work out something from there.
I don't feel like any of these walls are particularly good for holding in hippos.
You might just need to make the enclosure deep then.
Yeah, it's
Keep
just a
setting you up for a
tutorial.
learning failure.
I'm sure the game wouldn't do that. I don't know how much space they want, so I'm just kind of randomly throwing walls around.
Well, hello there, random fan. Hope you're doing well.
Oh, some of these walls are in the ground. No, they can't jump, but they are very strong and could probably break through basic wooden fencing.
I
Hey,
mean,
Give
to be
Gab.
fair, to be fair, getting to visit up at Yellowstone, got to watch where they've effortlessly bend steel and such, and somehow, funny enough, just a simple wooden board on them, well, it clearly looks like a solid wall. We're not going to bother trying to push it over.
We'll just do an extra tall wall there. Yeah. Just like that. Make this all thick glass. Duke, 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 Duke. The music, it's so peaceful and relaxing. I could almost...
No, don't do that. Don't.
Did he move me out?
I don't know.
What's
I
up?
hear you still, so.
Oh, okay.
Why would I move you?
I don't know. I thought you might have heard the joke or something.
No.
Everything went suddenly quiet.
No, I did not move you. I did not do it. Oh, hi, Mark. My streaming software is not syncing up. Something, you're my favorite customer? Aw, Kobiak, I like you too. Don't tell the others, but you're my favorite with the name Kobiak. I wonder why it's not syncing up to my streaming software. Sync up.
Meh.
Hey, give me a second, Kobiak. I gotta fix all that stuff before you start using them.
There, we'll hide the keeper hut in the trees.
There you go.
They're in the trees.
Don't tell me I'm gonna have to actually just like completely restart my streaming software to get Dixper working.
Rygon. The woe. It's in the trees.
No.
Or the kitchen. And yet, despite it being in the kitchen, it does not make us the food. Okay, I need a transformer.
To be fair, if you'd like to come down here to New Mexico, I'd be more than happy.
I've been down to New Mexico. I'll be honest. Some like Arizona, New Mexico, all those places, they're not great. Too hot. People shouldn't be allowed to live in those places.
Oh.
Yeah, I went down there to visit my dad once while he was working as a diver, like a rescue diver. So I was by, I think the lake was called like Lake Page or something like that. Whatever city is closest to that. And it just sucked. It hurt to move because not only was it hot, but it was also humid because of the nearby lake. So it just felt like I was in a sauna no matter where I went, and it just sucked.
To be fair, that is varied of where you're at. It also depends on what type of person you are. After all, for example, I like Phoenix, even though everyone else absolutely says it is unbearably hot.
I lived in, or my dad lives in North Carolina, so I very much understand that.
Mm-hmm.
I would go visit him every summer. And, you know, of course I can't go visit during the winter when it's slightly more bearable. No, it has to be the middle of the summer. And of course, he's a construction worker and would demand that I always, you know, as a construction worker, for some reason that means that we're just free labor.
I'd be like, well, I mean, you gonna pay me? No? All right.
Actually,
I can make the drinks and that's about it.
My brother and I tried that at one point and he's like, sure. And then you can pay me for your food and lodging costs.
All right, guess you really don't want me around that much. I'll just head on home. Get yourself a good one, old man. Maybe we'll catch each other in the next life.
Sadly,
well, I'm gonna go check out that company over there.
Sadly, legally, we could not go.
Oh, I'm guessing is this when you were younger and had no choice?
This was when I had no choice, but also this was after the divorce, and I literally was telling my mom, I'm like, I don't want to go, and she's like, I'm sorry, I don't have a choice here. if you don't go, the courts are going to come after me thinking that I'm denying him his visitation rights.
Yep.
Even though he was an abusive asshole.
Mm-hmm. Well, obviously, I don't know exactly what the full relationship there is, so I'm not going to take sides on the matter. But I am sorry that your visits didn't really, weren't exactly a highlight of your youth.
There were some highlights. Few and far between, but there were some highlights.
Mm-hmm.
Because after all, he is the one that taught me how to do D&D.
Oh.
Granted, most of those evenings turned into him getting drunk and blaring music. Eye of the Tiger is one song I really cannot hear still to this day.
Oh, that's too bad. That's a good song.
Well, I've gotten better about it, but for a long time, it was like, no. This means the D&D fun is over. Now we just, he's drunk.
Yeah.
Parents, am I right?
The original topic, though.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just alcohol in general. I can't tell you how many stories I've heard of that one where it's just like, yeah, I'm going to go over there and and they're drunk. Well, now can't do anything with them. And the worst part is that they're not going to actually know what their behavior is, so they're just going to drink again next time. Because, being drunk prevents memories from being formed. So they won't realize just how much they fucked up.
Oh, he tried to force my brother and I to drink. I absolutely refused.
Mm-hmm.
Ow!
That's the feel-good anvil accepted.
On an alternate note, though, what I was meaning was more than happy to have guests, and depending on what the situation is at the time, and how much planning goes into it, I'd be more than happy to perhaps go out to show some of the local ruins and the like, as well as hiking if that's available or preferred.
I'd enjoy that.
Maybe
the local ruins.
Maybe even wander up to the cabin.
The local ruins? Wow. That's just the suburb that didn't quite get built.
No, not those ones. Those ones are even worse to visit. I wouldn't take you there. The actual ruins.
That's good. I'd hate to fight the natives. They've got needles.
I myself am actually intrigued by those kinds of things. Like the idea of urban exploration.
Urban exploration is fun, but for me, I'd stick primarily to old factories, that sort of thing.
Oh, yeah, the local one I appreciate is, but
I was just gonna say, yeah, you do make a very good point there. No, Jaffer, I'm all right. At this point, yes, I had a terrible childhood. But I have turned around and it's basically like, instead of living in the past and letting that constantly hit me and stuff, I instead turned it into, well, instead of wallowing in that, I'm just going to make sure that I never repeat those kinds of things.
There you go. That's a good way to look at or to apply your energy.
Like I still, one of my dreams, like I am gay, so I don't want to actually have a child with somebody, but I do want to adopt someday. And I kind of look at it as, okay, I have a list a mile long of how not to be a parent. I avoid those and I think I'll be okay.
Understandable and fair.
I have stopped the inbreeding. The moose shall remain moose and not become meese. Boxes I can't do anything about, though.
Alright. Animal storage. Send those up, put them there. Send those up, put them there. And put you here. I love how there's a hippo here. Two of these hippos that I've acquired are apparently custom seizures. Like, who the hell was trying to drag a hippo through customs?
You'd be surprised.
Someone trying to slip through the shipyard of these nondescript crates that they said, oh yeah, no worries, let's just, those are non-declarables. They can go through.
Yeah. What do you have there? Milkshake?
To be fair, iCarly was actually a really good show.
I'm not denying it. I feel like I'm stuck at the portion of the game where I'm just waiting for research to get done, so that way I can start using some of the workshop items I've got.
Jaffer, I am certain that you are going to be an absolutely amazing dad. If what I've seen of you is any indication, I am certain of that.
Yeah, if you want a piece of advice from me, there's a few things that you'll just have to keep in mind. And this is coming from an individual that, you know, has studied child development and has worked with this kind of population. Like a population that probably haven't exactly been the best parents. Kids will not remember your words, they will remember your actions. 2, so long as the child's not dead, you're doing okay. 3, listen. Children oftentimes want to be heard more than they want to be told. And 4, the final one, you have to keep your rules and boundaries firm. If you aren't consistent, they aren't going to know what to do. You have to remain consistent, whatever it is that you choose to do. And Kobiak says, and 5, don't get drunk and play Eye of the Tiger too much.
Thanks, Kobiak. I'm glad my childhood trauma is a source of amusement for you.
It has been presented.
What do you mean it's...
knows no bounds.
How is this shelter not efficient?
Education's getting better, but these people, they aren't spending money. We need more money.
What difficulty did you play on, by the way?
franchise, I think medium. I also
Okay.
chose a relatively bumpy map too, so that's something I've got to work with. Thankfully, they're kind enough to have started me on a flat portion of the map, but I know it's only a matter of time before I have to expand out into the more mountainous range.
That's when you incorporate it into your design.
Well, exactly. That's the challenge I wanted. Also, to anyone in my chat, who would like to have some cards?
Like hell, if I get enough money, one day maybe I'll even go and renovate one of our derelict cabins into something.
That'd be fun.
That would be fun.
Okay, they
It looks like she's about to come here and beat someone up.
They apparently want more hippos.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna try and bring back a little thing called Dixper that I've been using, or that I had used a while ago. And essentially all it is that you can open up crates, you'll get a random, like 3 random cards from it, and then you can play those cards to affect me while I play. Sometimes it might be cards to do things like move my mouse around and stuff like that, or it could be like to activate a jump scare or other visual effect, stuff like that. I'm going to be testing things out as I have them, and we'll just kind of see how it goes. But the thing that I like about Dixper is that everything shows up on my screen. So if you send out a jump scare, it's not you jump scaring everyone else. You actually will send a jump scare at me. And who knows, maybe one of you will get lucky and you might actually get me. But anyway, the way to help to promote it, I'm going to be utilizing drops. And yeah, it's still not syncing to my streaming software. Yeah, everyone. Give me a second. I'm going to turn off my streaming software and turn it back on, and hopefully that'll help to get us synced up. So give me just a second.
Terrain too uneven?
You can turn off collision if you don't want to deal with that.
How?
That's a great question. It's in your settings somewhere, I know. I just remember reading a thing where a person's like, oh man, this thing kept seeing like the terrain's too uneven, I can't do anything. And someone's like, well, just go uncheck the, just go and uncheck that part. Like the collisions.
I found a different method. This method will work.
There we go, now it's synced up. Where's to turn the hands into useless bappers card? Probably the one where you turn off my keyboard and mouse. Anyway, let's go ahead and get you all a drop. So I'm sending out 5 drops. So that means most of you in chat should have a chance to get to enjoy at least 1 crate.
Hello there, Dura Soup. By the way, do you have my chat popped out?
Not yet, no. Let me go ahead and get that done. Thank you for reminding me.
Ah, hello, Kurama.
Welcome back, Kurama.
Hello.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna spend my money. I'm gonna get Funny Spaceman game.
Which one?
Which one?
Star Citizen.
You know,
I don't know,
that's a
that's
great
pretty
idea.
serious Spaceman game.
That's a great idea. Alternative idea here. Hear me out. There's this channel on Twitch, Rygon Plays, where they're trying to promote their Dixper stuff. You should totally check them out and maybe pick up a crate or two.
Vaporeon.
Also, everybody in my chat, here's some drops over on my side. They're only for the Amp and V pack, but the first 5 to get them, good luck. Congrats.
Vaporeon.
And enjoy.
Alright. Oops.
Vaporeon.
Items away.
I keep knocking my vape off.
Vaporeon.
You know, I just realized something as well. Oh.
Think fast, Sark, because Zoroark 720 is smooching you.
Vaporeon.
Enjoy the smooch, Sark.
I parry it.
As for my previous remark, I'm highly entertained that you dare mention anything of me preparing food, but not for everyone. When you're also one of the ones I've told all my little horror stories of things that Nim may or may not dislike greatly.
Vaporeon.
Dude.
Even if I have assured you that I would try to prepare all with freshest of ingredients.
Dude, I am starving Martin. And starving Martins cannot be choosers.
Yes, but I also don't want to risk food poisoning for all of you. I might not have given myself anything yet, or I might just be abnormally sturdy, as I seem to be proving in so many other areas.
Joke.
But I don't want to accidentally give that to someone else.
Michael, Vsauce here. What is a Martin? And why are they starving?
Starving because diet. And Martins are super adorable mustelids.
Vaporeon.
But what is a mustelid?
They are mustelids encompass many different animals, such as the weasel, ferret, otter, wolverine, and many more.
Vaporeon. Vaporeon.
I'm not going to continue this meme.
What?
I'm not going to continue with this meme.
What's wrong with...
No, they said, and that concludes this meme, as they were ending it.
Oh.
Jaffaroshak is blushing a lot.
Vaporeon.
Nobody's actually played that card before, I think.
Joke.
But it is a super cute one.
Vaporeon. Vaporeon. Vaporeon.
Oh dear. Something's got the Vaporeon's attention. Hopefully it's all good.
Okay. Critical area or crowding issues are present. How much more space do you hippos want?
All of it. You're not like you humans. You don't just exist in a tiny little apartment.
Aquarion.
Fields.
Okay. Box all animals.
We need more space. Box.
Well, they're throwing fits over it, so I guess I gotta go figure out something else.
Oh, looks like that ended.
Jaffaroshak gave you the cheap mic voice.
We're going to space.
Meanwhile, I am now from the frickin' 90s or something. I don't know.
Fellas, how's that race going on down there? The one with the young boy and the big machine that really shouldn't be there, but is fighting against some mustached villain for some reason. What's going on?
Okay, mister, I don't have a real microphone, so I went and I found my brother's Xbox 360 microphone that just happened to fit into the audio jack of my computer.
What? That was locked.
I said, you're an Xbox Live microphone using ass. And not the good one, the one that came with the controller.
Vaporeon.
Ah.
Analyzing moose.
Well,
moose
yes.
analyzed.
It is supposed to be the cheap microphone, so...
Yeah, there you go, everyone. That's the kind of stuff that you can kind of expect with these crates. They just bring out small little temporary effects on stream, and they're just a nice way to kind of engage and have fun. Plus, the crates themselves are also pretty cheap. They're literally just like a $1.30, $1.50, and you know, they help us support the channel. So if you want to bring out neat little things, including some of the rare jump scares, feel free to support the channel that way. Oh. RGB. This zoo is elite now.
720 gave you the radio demon voice.
We're coming to you live here from the zoo, where apparently the hippos are currently attempting an escape from their habitat. Bringing you now more live from Rygon. How's the situation over there?
I'm afraid the situation is not developing very well, Radio Demon. Them hippos, they're going on outs and about. I think one of them just bought an ice cream cone. Can hippos be doing that?
Well, I'm really not rightly sure.
We lost the cameraman, unfortunately. He got flattened. Got a little bit too close. Rip Bob.
Ah. Well, that is a shame. We'll have to go and hire a new intern then. We weren't paying that one, right? Wait, are we still on the air?
Wait, I'm supposed to have a paycheck?
Right. No, you're not. You're carry on.
Let's see. We'll do at least one of each theme, and hopefully that'll help me too. Yeah, I got jump scared. Jaffer, why? Jaffer, why? This is calm zoo time. Too spooky. Maybe that's the next emote we need, is a laughy one. I could agree with that.
Where?
I gave you the
How
card.
is this space not enough? I have given you... What?
They demand it all. All of it, Sam.
Who's knocking?
That was Zorro.
Oh. gonna go to the exhibit. Oh no. Longevity fertility squat. Oh, Brazilian wandering spider. Ooh, no, thank you.
Jaffaroshak wants you to suffer with millisecond delays by playing
God
with only
damn
the
it.
capture card.
Oh,
I can
that
dance
one.
on the head of a bin as well.
Hey Jaffarochok, you have been given an AMP and V pack through stream loots by Wosteen_oil. Good luck.
Oh no.
Jaffaroshak wants you to go on an adventure.
Joke.
Follow the adventure line TM.
Well, this is when I literally just don't do anything.
Yes, Kodiak. Hey, I'm Melter.
Spider be doing a little trolling. I want to get more exhibit animals, but they're all suck. We only take high quality animals in this zoo. Speaking of which, let's see. We have some lions that have pretty high.
Joke.
What do you call it? Stuff. So I wonder what the difference is for between like a gold, silver, bronze, and nothing. I assume gold is the best, I think.
Yeah.
But best in what way? Like in appeal?
I think it's just a general rating, mostly because, you know, video games nowadays you have to have a rating for stuff. Because everybody wants that, wants to feel like they've achieved it, you know? They've won.
I have targets.
But yeah, they basically just mean you're doing well.
Oh, fair enough.
The targets let you hit them.
Assign an animal to open this exhibit. The walkthrough exhibit?
Wait, I already have hippos?
What could I put in?
What the hell, game?
Denied.
Denied.
Here I am setting up a whole exhibit for more. Well, I guess I'll have to put something else in this exhibit.
Altpool 234 is watching the snake sip water. Hey there, Igon. Just thought you should know that Jaffaroshak thinks you're cute.
Aww. You're cute.
Okay. You move over here.
This
You
exhibit doesn't support the animal you're trying to move.
get moved over there. You get released to the wild.
What kind of animal would get it?
What do you mean this animal is injured? Oh, alright, Krisovs, and hello there, Wolf Mage.
Hey, the killer monster's gonna be happy.
Hey, Sark. Sharky boy. Here, Sarky, 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 Sarky. Here, Sarky, Sarky.
I thought you said you were saying shark. I was just like, who the fuck is shark?
Right?
Sharky boy. Yes.
No, I was saying Sark.
I heard shark, but okay. I swear, I'm not the only one who heard shark, right?
I heard Sarky boy, and that comes
The
real
aliens are
close,
coming.
But no.
The aliens are coming. They wanted to adopt or to take my exhibit animals. Oh, I have 2 females in there, apparently. The aliens are here for Rygonia? No. Not Rygonia.
Okay, so I have ring-tailed lemurs, I got red-ruffled lemurs, mandrills, lesser Antillean iguana.
What is it with my moose all having frickin' females?
Oh, there's an empty exhibit somewhere. I'll have to find that.
Moose has been sacrificed. Ooh, we're gonna have to keep Daryl. Daryl is good. Pop the balloon.
Alright, here's hoping that the taper will be okay with this. Oh, god damn it. What is its actual name? Baird's Taper? I guess that's the one.
Okay. And then I just put in a little thing inside of it.
Oh no, the sprinkler is good for them. Okay. Ow! No, Wolf Mage. I only have the one outfit right now, and I will not be getting a lab coat. He's got his own outfits. He doesn't really do stuff in the lab, so to say.
More of a field researcher.
Exactly.
All right, let's decorate this little spot up a little bit. Ah! I can't see shit now.
Welcome to my life.
Okay, let's just slowly go through. I think people would like a tire, right? You could just hang a tire on the wall. Festive wreath?
Apparently, I look a little evil. Interesting.
We'll go good and
Our
shop.
illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Welcome.
Okama_just resubscribed for 36 months. Cat snack time.
Hi there, Karma. Thank you for that resub and those 36 months of support. But no, you cannot eat any of my animals. But you can be an animal. Sleep well, Wolf Mage. Otters are evil? I don't know if I'd say otters are evil. Otters are more the henchmen. You know, the dumb henchmen that... You know. Like Wostein here, he's more of like a henchman to the Martins. And they are the ones that are the actual evil. Sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
no.
Woe is just evil, period.
No. Yeah, I was about to say, I'm just an associate.
I need a floor.
Wolf Mage, I'm aware there's nothing I can do about that. It just happens. It's not, like, it's on Stream Elements side that things aren't working right. Actually, there might be things I can do. I'll have to look into it, but right now is unfortunately not the time.
Here we go.
Alright, are you satisfied with the space? Yes, you are. You are very satisfied with this space.
I want to put in this floor, but it's so big.
You research them. You... Sure, research that. What is advanced research?
Man, I can't advance move this? Well, at least I managed to get it in okay.
One alert. Oh, right. They actually need food bowls and stuff that are, you know, sufficient for themselves. Rather than big for the, rather than the stuff for the hippos.
Just put in a frickin' wheelbarrow in there.
I'll leave that there for now. Actually, no, I will move it. Right up there.
Wish to friendship.
No. There. Facilities. Wait, where was the... I love how these families are moving through here completely as a unit.
Oh, right.
Like, that would... That is probably the most unrealistic thing about this game.
So, like my family when we go traveling. Thankfully, we've broken away from that a little bit, at least.
All the donation boxes. They must donate. They must donate or join the exhibit. After, of course, they sign off all of their earthly wares and possessions to us.
Oh, of course.
Because they don't need those anymore.
Ah. Clearly, they should have gone to my place then, at least. And they have a chance to go back to it if they wish. It's only for later that that's offered.
You want to be a taper? They're not taxes, they're mandatory donations. Yes, Woe has turned himself into a bull now.
Don't worry, all in due time the Martins shall be included.
I don't believe you.
I mean, in fact, I'm half tempted on trying to do that right now. It's not like I'm tired and courtesy of that long sleep. Ah.
What the hell was even that? Was that a zombie?
No.
Go be quiet.
Joke.
You don't know? I don't know either. I don't know what the heck that was. I'm just having a relaxing time, and then suddenly out of the corner of my ear, I just hear...
Yes, Jits. Holstein.
Zombies and aliens in Rygonia. Uh-oh, that ain't good.
They're trying to hide?
Need to hire security, Will? How are we looking on guest rating? I like how they're super happy. Like 8% is like, time to go home. Yay!
This zoo is pretty small. Well then.
Well, excuse me for only having like 2 exhibits. Sim plays 7 Days to Die. What about me? Never touched the game before in my life.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I backed them on Kickstarter. There, is that better for you all?
Oh, that pile up on that pathway.
It's getting there. Well, that one lady is just like super into this educator. Just like, oh, ooh, wow, ooh. She's like the only one being entertained, and everyone else is like, just get the heck out of the way. What the fuck? I'm trying to go buy a balloon.
They're clearly the moose enthusiast who found the instructor who is the caretaker for the moose.
Gotcha.
The instructor is currently getting a refresher course on all of their information as they have to recall every little bit of it.
You want to join Stream Pikash? What do you think, Zim? I don't mind.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Alright, I'll move you up.
Well, now I'm feeling like Pikesh doesn't like me. He didn't want to join when it was just me in here.
Sorry, I'm popular.
Oh, it's more a matter of catching
Well,
them.
I would have joined earlier, but I was asleep for a couple hours, and then I had to feed the roomie, had to do some dishes. I've got my laundry to sort and convention mails to send out, so it's been a busy night.
Oh, I see.
Oh, excuse me.
What exhibit animal can I even put in here?
Oh, I see Gibgab and Kobiak and Raiju and Eevee. Yeah, Planet Zoo, the Pokemon exhibits. Only the Pokemon have Pokeballs and they capture the humans.
Yeah.
Could you just imagine the Pokemon capturing humans for their collections? Like, oh, I'm
Oh.
gonna have my 36-year-old housewife battle your 42-year-old depressed hairdresser. Ooh.
Ah, Alkane, I know what you're messing with. You're messing with Path of War stuff. So, hi there, Pikash.
Hey ho, Duke Duke.
Even though
You're
you
loved and
don't like
squishy.
me.
You
Yeah.
like you big silly squishy beast.
You gotta admire an individual who just comes right into a zoo and it's just like, I'm coming here alone. I'm gonna buy a fucking balloon for myself. I deserve it.
Oh, heck yeah.
I've done that in my younger days when they still had traveling circuses. Or carny attractions, or however they want to put
Gotta
it.
dash her all the legs.
Just got a Vaporeon.
Into the moose. Moose.
Moose.
The Vaporeon got out. They're on the pathways.
I mean, this is the first time I've been in Rygon's stream tonight, Zim. I was in yours for a while. I don't have two monitors, so I can't split the love, unfortunately.
Oh.
Fair enough.
I understand.
Row.
Row?
At least Werny loves me. Don't you, Werny?
Row.
Animal's not here.
But they are in chat.
Werny is in chat.
Werny.
Oh, Wernimal. I'm. If you can hear me, I'm getting funny space game.
I think Werny's got 7 days to die, too.
Any other habitats been unlocked yet?
And that's an idea for you,
No.
Zim. Have a 7 days to die stream.
Maybe at some point.
Yeah.
I mean, I've done it before.
Heck, I'd join in. I mean, I've only got about 1,700 hours in the game.
What was that all?
It's a good game. It's especially with friends. Like solo's one thing, but you get a couple of people together who are actually, playing the game rather than, playing up to the audience. Oh, it's a flying game.
Alright, I'm super tired, so I'm gonna go to bed. Night, y'all.
Sure thing.
Good
Catch ya.
night. Thanks for coming by.
Night. Rest well.
Keep your goodness. So what was the price for all the DLCs of this game? What was it, like $145 or even worse?
About 150 with, that is, to be fair, including, well, yeah, about 140 for all the ones I'm missing. Which is all of them. But that's a normal price, and I'll probably be looking at getting a cheaper... I'll be looking at getting them off of those CD key sites.
Can't blame ya. I think there's a railway game on Steam where if you want all the DLCs, it's almost $20,000 or something outrageous. It's like, look, for this kind of money, I could go buy a train. In fact, I think we had
No
a kid
joke.
here do that a couple of years ago. We bought a decommissioned caboose for $11,000. Got it towed up to his parents' cottage. Now he uses it as a guest house.
Oh, decommissioned what? Caboose?
Yeah.
Huh. Okay.
Oh, it makes a perfect mini house. I mean, it's already insulated. It's basically a solid structure. I mean, you've even got the little dome at the top there as a sort of an observation port on some of them. You've got the solid steel and wood floor, so I mean, the thing's never going to rot out.
Fair enough.
Oh, you say that, but
Oh, yeah, it could, but I mean, that's if you leave it touching the ground and you just neglect it for 30 years. I mean, otherwise, they're meant to sit out there. I mean, heck, just go underneath it once a year with a power washer and clean out all the grody corners, or make sure no snakes or something are nesting and whatnot, and there you go.
yeah, I was about to say, as long as you get some corrosion on or protecting it and all that from that, I think it'll be all right. I laugh because one of our buses for the drunk bus program we had, they were bought off our public transit, and those floors were not solid.
Yeah.
They were just barely suitable to handle what we would do with them.
I mean, it's almost an option for people for a mini house instead of buying these mini houses that are now approaching the price of real houses. I mean, buy a decommissioned freight car or a caboose, insulate it, put it on your property, and boom, there you go.
And make sure you get the ventilation right. I think I vaguely remember some folks trying to make houses of shipping containers with neglect for that function of things.
Well, yeah, I mean, you've obviously got to cut a hole and put a stovepipe or something in there, and the other end, put in some vents, and there's enough videos that you could cobble a house together.
Entirely fair there.
I mean, heck, there's people doing it with old U-Hauls. They just buy one of those 25-footers and boom, there you go. I mean, even old tractor trailers, just insulate them. Boom, there you go. Oh, Gab's got the stabs. You have 7 days to die too, Gib? Nice. And they keep improving the POIs, so I mean, you can't, always memorize, oh, well, this one, the loot's there, that's there, drop zombie there. I mean, there's just too many POIs for you to, in theory, memorize.
Wouldn't that be evil if a developer just actively had multiple spawn arrangements set up so that they just cycle? You'll never know exactly how things will spawn out.
They've talked about that, but it's another one of those where, the AI is not smart enough yet for that level of coding.
Sadly.
I mean, it's like the
To be
wandering
fair,
mob.
they have had to literally rewrite everything with that game about 3 or 4 times.
Oh, yeah. Oh, if you haven't played it that long, Gib, you're in for you're in for a treat.
Sure thing, Kobiak. I'll go and I'll hydrate. Let me go get some more water.
Water. Yeah, I grabbed myself a cola finally. Not the best time to be drinking 2 o'clock in the morning, but I had
Better be a
nap.
really good deal to join my zoo, Raiju. I mean, you're gonna be taken care of for the rest of your life. I'll give you a ball.
I own Bali. Yeah, there's sadly not too many games left on the market that are good for multiplayer that don't involve either a couple $100 in DLC or some other money leech.
Seda. Seda.
Anda.
We're
Hello,
gonna be getting a
Seda.
wolf exhibit soon.
Oh,
Hello,
is there a
Seda.
potato?
Welcome.
It's the Seda of the floppy ears.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Evening indeed.
How are you, Seda?
I am over the freaking moon right now.
Oh?
Ooh. Won the lotto?
I might as well have.
Moonballs?
Better.
What?
What?
I love physics.
Hail-proof pants? Oh, no, wearing them all.
Better. So basically, I spent about 4 hours completing my Pokédex in Pokemon Violet.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And I decided to, like, you know what? Let me just try a shiny hunt. And I went for Midnight Lycanroc. No.
I thought you already had a shiny Midnight Lycanroc.
In Sword. And Pokemon Home's not updated yet. But no. Slitherite, better. I got 4.
Nice.
I got 4 shiny Midnight Lycanrocs within 20 minutes of each other, 2 of which were within a minute of each other. So close, I was able to get the clip of me tossing the Pokeball at one of them and capturing it, saving, getting a drink, and then running into the third shiny. I just... And that third shiny was actually the male that I tossed the Moonball at, so I got another shiny Midnight Lycanroc in a Moonball, and we named it Zeta.
Nice.
Well, congratulations.
Zeta.
My zoo's got so much money, but I got nothing to spend it on.
Yeah, I changed my Discord reactor.
Or exhibits.
The moth.
I tried.
I'm gonna hug that moth.
The moth hugs you, and then soon you will also be moth.
I can give extra moth hugs back then.
Yeah, 4 moth hugs.
It's like 8 weeks, one all.
What's in 8 weeks?
I get to see Wawa and his fluffy face. So he'll be coming up here to the convention that I work at.
I'm trying to put in a wolf exhibit, but that's what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to unlock all the components so I can put in some of this workshop stuff. Like, we have a wolf exhibit I want to put in.
I even have gifts for the Wawa Nemo. Books.
So you're gonna put Seda in your zoo now? I'll add Seda to mine eventually.
But Santa's got to pay to join the zoo? Wow.
I don't know if they've got moths. I know they got butterflies, but I don't know about moths.
Moths are superior.
But they do have red foxes, so I can at least add Wernie that way.
True.
Even though I'm pretty sure at this point you're basically just unofficially having replaced your persona from fox to moth.
Kind of, yeah. I still really like the fox, but with like the whole space Robboy thing, he's kind of become like a separate character.
Mm.
I mean, he's still me, but like different me.
Other me. Da 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 da.
It's about 12 o'clock, so I should probably get on some work here soon.
That's what I had to do earlier. Pick out email addresses and get ready to fire off multiple mails.
Hey there, Slitherite.
All part of the glamorous, unpaid life of working a FurCon.
Row.
I wish I was doing something as fun as a FurCon, but no, I just got to put in notes. Notes. I'm gonna have to redo a MHE because they finally turned in the paperwork for it, and I'm gonna have to do an MHE.
Oh,
so
these
I
aren't
actually got to take the time to do it.
fun emails. I mean, they're just basically talking to companies, but it's furry related, so.
Mm-hmm. Still gonna have to be doing that.
It has to be done. You people want entertainment at FurCon, so that means we have to find entertainment, bring entertainment, be the entertainment.
I was fine.
Turn people into the entertainment.
Yeah, that's a pipe dream of many, many FurCons.
My animals got injured.
No. The best we can do so far is the fursuit goodness. Although we have some new issues to deal with fursuits, but you know, gotta get rid of those single-use plastics, so no more fursuit straws. So that might be an interesting thing.
I'll be right back. Gonna get some water.
Ata.
Yeah, they also banned single-use plastic here in New Jersey.
Yeah, that might start becoming a thing. Suitors being told, like, well, you gotta have to bring your own straws because we can't legally buy or have them anymore. Same with single-shot plastic bags, which unfortunately means swag bags. So it's another.
Yeah, we can't have plastic bags here in New Jersey either.
Yep. And the idea of putting people's con swag into a brown paper bag just no. Like, oh, here's your $500 piece of artwork in a brown paper bag. Oh, and it's raining outside. No.
Yeah.
So, needless to say, several conventions are quietly debating these new and interesting issues.
Why? I'm sorry. I'm not moving fast enough for you.
Because if we
No
can't
need to
have
shout.
single-use plastic bags, we're gonna have to do something to put people's swag in.
RZ.
Oh shit, the zombies got someone. Hey, RZ.
RZ.
Hi. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Wonder what the They're actually starting up a convention here in New Jersey called Garden State Fur Con, and I wonder what they're gonna do with all the New Jersey's restrictions.
They're gonna be like the rest of us. Look at more expensive options and have to pass the cost down to the con-goers because what can we do? We can't hand people brown paper bags, and we can't tell them, "Here's your swag." Put it in their 2 hands and laugh at them. Like, what do?
Yeah. And also, it has to be they picked an interesting part of New Jersey to do the con in, and then it's like, oh god, it's gonna be expensive.
Yeah, unless you're near an airport and at least one transportation hub, it gets pricey.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's not that far from Newark, where Newark has an airport, and then we have a train system here in New Jersey, which is pretty nice.
How's the bus system?
We have
News has been
okay
boxed.
buses, but they're only in like the more urban areas. Or if you're on like the NJ Transit buses that go to Port Authority.
Yeah, that's one of the blessings for being up here is a plethora of airports. The rail system's quite nice. The subway's good. The streetcars are nice. I mean, we're bloated with transportation, thankfully.
Yeah, luckily New Jersey isn't like as regressed as like other parts of the United States that have like gotten rid of all public transportation and it's oops all highway.
Yeah. Whoops, all highway. Better have a car or you die.
And it's all like strode. Actually, it's not even all highway. It's like all like strode, where it's just terribly designed roads.
Yeah, with minimal sidewalk.
There is no sidewalk. There just isn't one.
Over here, it
You
is.
see that quite often. And it's
If you wanna
literally
walk
just to get
somewhere,
people
you don't.
to get into a car. That's
Yeah.
literally it. Same thing with like I remember reading a thing on some suburbs where they designed the road specifically to specifically so that they wind around and they wander just so that way you waste gas and you can't just simply get from point A to point B quickly. They force you to get into a vehicle. They don't make it convenient for you at all to just simply walk somewhere, even if it's just to your neighbor's house. In some cases, it's just that ridiculous.
Yeah. Like how they design all these new developments now that all these people move into, where there's no sidewalks, it's just these really windy ass roads and cul-de-sacs and shit. With those $900,000 McMansions that are made out of like plywood.
Reminds me of my own hometown.
That is very much a thing that goes on here in the U.S. All these freaking car companies lobbying to make sure that life is as difficult as possible unless you've got a car.
Yeah, it's basically own a car or die.
Yeah, that's basically it.
I know if my car around here broke down, just to get to the nearest store would probably be at least a 3 to 4 hour walk.
Yeah.
Oof. I'm lucky I live
Yep.
in like a walkable town. I can walk around town to go wherever I need.
My area is walkable, but I mean, if I wanted to get to downtown, it's an hour and a half of public transit. Thank God.
I recently went and picked up an electric bike just to have an excuse to use bike around town a little more again. So I can't manage the distances on a bike that conveniently.
Yeah.
Fortunately, we have like from my town, there's a bus that goes to New York City, or you take a bus to one of the NJ transit stations and take the train to New York City.
Oh yeah. I'm happy we have the trains and the buses and even city buses that are willing to go a good distance out. And then there's just Megabus. If I wanted to go to someplace like Montreal, well, here's $50 and 5.5 hours. Whoop, there you go.
I wish there was a train station in my town. My town has train tracks to go through it, but they're old and decrepit because they haven't been used in more than 40 years.
Yeah. America's
And
also quite backwards on rail, sadly.
yeah, there's a
It
rail line
really
that goes all the
is.
way up and down the Delaware River, and it basically they're really it's part of it's restored for like
By the way, give me a
recreational use.
moment, everybody. I'm working on something real quick behind the scenes. We'll get back to the game shortly. Carry on.
No problem, boss.
Yeah, from towns north of me, they have a train that goes through them now. So they actually like restored the tracks, but it's just for like this one company does like kind of tourist train rides on like an old ass train that they have along the river.
Yeah, those are starting to come back. We just
Yeah.
restored one of our way up north trains. It's called Ontario Northland. Basically, you go from downtown Toronto to like way up north. It'll cost you, and it's usually booked solid by tourists because it's such a magnificent train ride up there. But I mean, it's at least it's back.
Yeah. Yeah, the train when I see the trains during the summer, it's the train's absolutely packed of people. Because the train ride from it goes from I think once it gets to Regalsville, it has to stop. It goes from like Phillipsburg, New Jersey, to Regalsville, and it runs along the Delaware River, which is like a very nice ride, very scenic route. And there's a few stops along the way, I think, at the river towns. They want to eventually bring it all the way to like my town and maybe the town below mine. I mean, bring it to my town shouldn't be that hard because the rails are mostly okay. But once it gets past my town, it goes into where the super fun site of the paper mill used to be, and the train tracks are absolutely decimated there. And there's a train bridge that is basically half collapsed.
Yeah, so major investments.
Yeah.
And
That train
if you
bridge
like
is an
trains,
interesting spot to we call that under the train bridge, we call it Crackhead Cove.
I
We used to
wonder
hang
why.
out there when we were when I was younger. It's like a walk there from my apartment in the town. It's like a little like kind of like little cove of like the river, like a little inlet where it connects to like another stream, and it's like a pretty chill place to hang out.
Cool.
But yeah, you find all sorts of drug paraphernalia there under the train bridge.
Bet you that makes walking rather.
What do they have for equines? Probably just zebras. And that's not really equine. Like they have they have deer.
Oh dear.
Mm-hmm. I'm actually trying to put in a red deer exhibit that it's just not letting me.
And if you like trains, Wernimal, I'll definitely have to make sure you look at the Steam Whistle Brewery while you're up here, which is a short walk away from the convention ground.
Nice.
Because it's got one of the last rotundas left in North America that's still functional.
Wow.
And they turned the old train station into Steam Whistle Brewery, thus the name. And they've got a bunch of preserved trains on site that you can look at.
That's neat.
That's kind of neat.
Right by the foot of the CN Tower.
I know my friend Edzo, who I'm going to be meeting up with at FE, is gonna try to show me around Toronto as much as they can during the con.
Oh, is there any places that you're looking for? I hardly recommend Stormcrow Stormcrow Manor if you liked gaming and good food.
Nice. I forget what they had in mind, what they mentioned, but also Addo. I'm gonna be seeing Addo there, so see what he's gonna do.
And we're right at the foot of the dock, so you could take the ferry to Centerville Island and explore around there as well.
Nice.
And the airport's literally right outside the window, so you can watch the smaller planes taking off and on through the airport if you're a plane enthusiast.
Who here is a plane enthusiast?
I've had enough hearing about planes with my job.
Understandable.
There's lots of nooks and crannies in Toronto to go peeking in, especially game stores.
И кое-что наделал. И притих.
Russian.
Oh, okay, that's one of the cards, yeah.
Martin. Sable.
Buddy kind of had a run-in with his with the beanbag chair.
I can see that the little beans are all over him.
Anyways, 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to actually head to bed.
Good night, Zeta.
Alrighty.
So
Good night, Zetas.
It's late. I need to fix my sleep schedule.
Sleep well, potato.
Schedule? What's that?
Bye,
Oh.
Good night.
Good night.
Sleep well.
You beans as well. Boo-doop.
Big stretch.
And I'll check the bookstore next month when I'm up visiting my folks, see if I can't find more in that furry book series for you, Warnie.
Yay.
But at least you've got book 1, 2, 3, so you've actually got the core in one meaty chunk.
Nice. Excited to see it.
Well, I figured it's the least they can do. I mean, everyone else helped me with my stuff. I mean, get a little back, and I saw all 3 on the shelf, and I knew you were coming up, and it was like, yep, that sounds like a nice idea.
Nice.
What are my favorite ghost mons? That's a good question. I'm not sure.
I need to get on getting more pretty stickers printed, and also the cards I want to send out.
Stickers.
Yep, I'm trying to decide on which sticker company I want to use for stickers this time, because I'm not using Sticker Mule again.
That bad, huh?
No, the Sticker Mule, they make decent stickers. Thus, the people that own them are like weird Republican chuds.
Oh, I get you.
Yeah. It gets hard at times when you want stuff from a company and you suddenly realize they're not aligned with you at all.
Oh, yes. They don't care if you exist or not, but they'll happily take your money.
Yeah.
For me, it's like for with them in particular, they are every single freaking email from them
They're
is
very
just
blatant with what their political beliefs are. And
Yeah.
like everything, all their advertising and everything. They're very cringe.
And then for some reason they sell a hot sauce too.
What?
Yeah, they apparently
Wow.
have some kind of hot sauce that they sell, and I'm like, you're a sticker company. What the hell?
Oh, please stop. Oh, no. Now I'm getting... So,
to answer your question, Evolution, I kind of like that tree ghost one. That's kind of neat.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Trevenant.
Yeah.
So, speaking of unusual things...
Hold up. One moment.
Okay.
You
wait
were
a moment.
asked what your favorite ghost Pokemon was.
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't answer Jet?
Oh no.
Or Ghost Electric.
I'm pretty sure Trevant is Ghost Grass.
Oh, no, I'm just uneducated with Pokemon.
I understand. Carry on.
I'm not gonna.
Go on, RC, with what you were gonna say.
So, weird Nintendo Switch games. Have you ever seen one company resell their games, the exact same game, for different prices?
Well, that's a lovely scene.
Oh, it's hilarious. It is a clock game, essentially. It's just supposed to be like, make your Nintendo Switch a, side table clock for various different prices.
You know, like how airlines will sell the exact same seats for various different prices, depending on which booking class you manage to snag.
Alright, that's all I can share about my story right now. So that's all I can remember.
All right.
Gosh dang inbreeding foxes.
Now, if you like sauces, by the way, Wernimal, Felly will be at the convention selling his sauces.
Nice.
And they're all furry based, like from barbecue beaver to bouncing bunny, and they're all homemade too, so they're quite nice.
Nice.
Gandalore is a pretty good one, Slither, right? I'd say that's a pretty close favorite for me too. Same with Litwick.
I always spend way too much in the dealer's den.
Yeah, I think that's a given for pretty much anyone.
On the art auction too. Seda, Zelo, and I spent way too much in both dealer's den and art auction at Anthrocon last year. I have a Dark Natasha painting sitting behind me that I got. Thanks to Zelo and Seda.
Ah, Dark Natasha. She was a lovely GOH when we had her.
Nice.
Are you okay over there, Ozzy?
I'm just
RZ's just
doing
being
stuff inside.
RZ is
Yes.
adorable.
Oh, thank you.
Now let's sacrifice him to the volcano god.
Do you want me to summon Cloakers? I will summon Cloakers onto you.
Too late, you're in the volcano
summon
already.
Drone Strike.
Oh. Fine, I'll go take a bath in the volcano. Toss me the rubber ducky. Actually,
Rubber
ducky.
No, the steel one.
Rubber ducky, you're the
Never mind.
one.
Don't toss me anything. They'll
You
just
make
stop.
everything lots of fun. Rubber ducky, you're the one. So I may or may not be picking up all of the Planet Zoo DLC for cheap right now.
Check it out.
Of course. And entirely fair.
Yeah.
Whenever I'm about to pick up a game and it's not on sale, I always check that site before I do anything.
It is fair.
www. I refuse to pay the outrageous price that you want to charge for this game.com.
I mean, I'm all for supporting game companies, and the only times I will ever pay full prices if a game company has been shown to make quality games, and it's a game within that same similar genre. Like, for example, I paid full price for Total War Warhammer 3 because number 1 and 2 were solid games. I saw absolutely no reason not to.
It always pay full price for a Dwarf Fortress because it is well worth it.
Dwarf Fortress is another one I paid full price for. Otherwise, you wait for a sale, you do one of those key sites, or you just wait for it to naturally decline. And if a video game does not naturally decline in price over time, then that's bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, these 20-year-old game, we're gonna still sell it for $60.
I
Yeah, or they change one
love
thing and call it retro.
I love the Dwarf Fortress when it came out, and literally
choice for
Ooh.
Zoroark 720 has purchased 1 avatars and Martin's packs.
Thank you so much for that purchase, Zorro, and supporting the channel with that. I really appreciate it. But what I was saying there, in regards to the Dwarf Fortress, there was one review or something where somebody's like, did you all literally buy this game just to give this person more money? And there were thousands of people that replied to it saying, yes, 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 yes.
People have been waiting like decades to give them money for Dwarf Fortress.
Dwarf Fortress is an excellent game, and it deserves that kind of payment.
Mm-hmm.
Zoroark 720 is sending love to everyone.
I gotta say, Dwarf Fortress.
as well. Hey Zoroark 720, you have been given an AMP and V pack through stream loots by Wosteen_oil. Good luck.
Dwarf Fortress is a good example of a game that if you put in consistent work onto it and you work to improve it, people will take notice.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you see a lot of games nowadays where they go with the service-based model. Where like, oh yeah, well, we'll continue development of it, but Dwarf Fortress is one of those few examples where they gave themselves plenty of wiggle room and made good on that promise.
Well, I mean, Left 4 Dead continues, or sorry, 7 Days to Die continues to freely crank out the upgrade to the game. Not too many game companies left like that anymore, sadly.
Mm-hmm. I know I'm about to lose a moose. My moose is dying. Oh, she died.
Unit lost.
It's like, the moose is about to die. Moose died.
Yeah.
Oh, there she goes. Just saw her just plop over.
Chocolate mousse.
Somebody should probably do something about that. See that one guest just straight up just running away screaming.
Oh.
There it is. Okay.
Oh, no, she's having so much fun apparently.
Oh my god.
Time to forget the pain. No.
Since you're here, Wostein, I will happily state I picked up a couple of owlbear and owlbear cub cards for my bear deck.
Absolutely entertained.
I command pure chaos! Kinda.
Zoroark 720 has turned Arzadu into a Steelix. They can only talk like that Pokemon for 2 minutes.
Hey there, Panthanita. Good to see you.
Hello,
Zorro, if you're going to play those cards, you really should do it to people that have actually been talking.
Whoops-a-doodle.
I don't know if Arzy's actually here right now.
And if you like werewolves, Warnable, Pato will be at the convention selling as well with the Alpha 9 Werewolf series.
Nice.
I don't know if you've been reading that series on Fur Affinity, but it's quite good.
I haven't really looked at it much, but I'll definitely have to check it out.
You think some of these people would bring a coat with them?
Irma, cat. And they're cute
Guys, we live in the taiga. Bring a coat.
I mean, to be fair, you can handle a good bit without such. Just hard to find people to do that generally, but still, it's there.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah,
You will not be excused. No yawning here. No.
I haven't eaten today, so I'm kind of starting to get a little peckish.
Get some damn food in you!
Eat a food.
Oh, I will in half an hour. I'll take a break and make some sandwiches.
Today I was bad about my eating. I forgot to eat anything until 1:30, and I was like, why do I feel so terrible? I'm like, oh.
Furries are terrible for that. We either forget to eat for 3 days, or we're on our 4th pizza.
Looks at
I need
the
to
pizza
make
I
sure
just
I
ate.
eat though, because I am a small bean. I need to make sure I eat, because I am too thin.
Oh, it'll be nice to see you in the flesh.
Yeah.
You'll have to look for me on Saturday when I'm in my furry costume.
Yeah. I'm still deciding on who I want to get.
You're trying to think of a furry world version of Fox News? You've got Kitsune News, but what's wrong with actual, Fox News?
What isn't wrong?
What isn't wrong with Fox
No,
News?
I mean
Jesus
for the
Christ.
name. I mean for the name.
I mean, the name is good, besides it being tarnished by actual Fox News.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, I procrastinated long enough. I need to get on my work. At least I need to get these notes in.
Work well then.
So let's save the zoo and go over to chatting.
One site had a cheaper price than another one for this. And yet, when I went to actually check out, they're like, and we're adding on another $2. Okay, I'll just go to this other one instead. Bye.
$2 for shipping and handling, yeah. Well, it's like these people selling magic cards on eBay, and they sell them for a really reasonable price, and then you see they want to charge $15 for a card, shipping, individually. Like, oh, no, we can't bundle them together. We have to ship them to you individually at $15 a crack. Yeah. Scam.
Just because they know there are collectors out there willing to pay that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Today at work I had, today the hagglers were out today, calling me and annoying me about airline prices. I'm like, just deal with it. Who cares? Your company pays for it.
Yeah, but if they get to report back, saying, "Oh yeah, I got this little bit less," then they hope that they get something for it.
Actually, in a lot of cases like that, the company gives them a budget and is like, okay, here's your budget, and they just basically give the person the money. So in most cases, when you get those hagglers, they are people that are like, I want a discount so I can just pocket the excess money.
Either way, it's encouraged.
I personally will never understand all these companies that are just sending people all over the goddamn world on a frickin' daily basis.
Yeah, Northrop sends people all over the place, all over the time. Like we send like the same people to and from places all the time.
My sister's a a stewardess. She's getting training to be a senior stewardess as we speak. She got poached by another airline for almost double her old wage.
How can you not take that?
Wow.
Yeah, it's getting bad out there trying to find qualified people that are willing to put up with the Karens on an airplane because it's like, well, you can't shoot them. You can't serve them alcohol because that's usually what got them into trouble in the first place.
You can duct tape them to the chair if you work on Spirit Airlines.
Yes,
Or you could just
I
straight
have
up
seen
slug
that.
them.
My sister has shared that more than once, going, it's like, yes, this is why now all airlines carry duct tape on the plane, and they don't say why.
Alright, sleep well, Karma. Thank you for coming by.
Sleep well, Karma.
Sorry it hasn't been super entertaining
Yeah,
here, but I
Karma.
hope you guys have enjoyed the conversation regardless.
Oh.
No.
No? I'm sorry.
I've enjoyed it. I've been actually able to participate, which is nice.
Yeah, I like being able to participate and have everybody participate.
Yeah.
Want to come back
we're all
to?
gamer
What about
geeks.
participating?
You're a Steelix right now.
I'm a
Computer,
So you
set a timer
participate.
for 2 minutes.
Can I at least get a conversation out first before this?
Timer is
It's not even
started.
2 minutes.
Steelix.
Blame Zorro.
Steelix.
I had one lady today that called and she was trying to use some waiver code that they had, and I'm like, yeah, it doesn't. I was trying to explain it. It doesn't work like that. You can't just use like a weather waiver that way to have like no not pay any like difference in the flight they were exchanging. And they kept going at it and like, oh, can I speak to your manager? And I'm like, no.
We have one of those?
Oh dear, our Steelix has learned to type.
Steelix.
Well, if you give a Steelix a typewriter, eventually, even after a very long period of time, they'll be able to make a book.
Sorry,
Steelix
RZ. Zorro decided to play that card when you weren't here. But Zorro, for the record, playing those cards, I'm not going to refund them in the future. Or do this again.
Honestly, I don't think it should have been refunded because, okay, or not even done because I don't talk a lot. You guys are doing the conversation.
I'm just saying, yeah, and that's why I'm like, hey, don't play these on people that aren't actually here. I don't want you wasting your money or your points or whatever the case may be.
Karma has
Welcome
caught
back,
someone
Artie.
not being a Steelix.
Let me know if somebody talks in my chat, if people would be so kind.
We'll try to do.
No problem, Rygon.
What we were saying, RZ, is that I like having people included. I just can't force you to talk or anything, but I do enjoy conversations that everybody can participate in.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I find it hard to jump in conversations that I don't have an interest in or just don't understand.
Well, and I totally get that. Sometimes people will talk about some kind of niche subject, and it's like, well, I guess I'm just here.
Yeah.
I'm
I
legitimately
get
just here scribbling.
Or we get those people that's like, I enjoy it when people are passionate about stuff, but make sure you let others have a chance to get a word in.
Yep.
Wait a sec. So what you're saying is, with me speaking less, when I get passionate about something, I can speak up more? I'm kidding. I should not. I don't. It feels weird leading a conversation when I'm not streaming.
Yes, and?
That's just me.
Fair enough.
If I'm doing a stream, I would say, this is my conversation turn now to lead, and I would go on a rant.
Oh. Poker rant?
A poker rant? Oh, no. Do not say that JoJo's Bizarre Adventure copied Persona. Persona came out first.
There we go.
Do not ever say that again. It will.
Wait, what's this about? Okay, so
Hello,
Persona copied JoJo's?
That's what someone said earlier, and it's completely false. 100% false.
I could believe it, you know.
Okay, I don't know about the mangas, but the anime adaptation came out in 2012. Persona is far older.
Jotaro.
Like, far older. Persona 3 came out in, like, early 2000s. I know they're being sarcastic, but still. Still gonna trigger me. Plus, I didn't know them at all.
Get to know them.
I don't... That does take effort. I have selective friend slots, and I want to try to grow my community with specific people.
Hold up, so you don't want people... You don't want just random people coming to your streams?
I do want that, but... Oh. I see where I'm wrong now. Give me the Aloma Mola. I can't say the freaking next. Oh, my headset!
Someone has fallen for the trap card.
Okay.
Unit lost.
I'm good.
Unit ready.
I'm gonna
build for a pylon.
I'm gonna go to my comfy game now.
Have fun.
Yeah.
Colonel Sanders dating
Oh,
sim?
JoJo's Bizarre Adventures?
No.
I think someone just choked on that. Oh boy.
Also, I think it's We Love You, Colonel.
JoJo Bizarre Persona.
Does anybody remember that legitimate console that they were releasing? The freaking the KFC console.
I
no.
Probably blocked it from my memory.
They
What
were
year?
making, as far as I'm aware, it is something that is legitimately coming. And I don't know anything, like, from what I've heard, it's actually a pretty decent console. But it also features basically a fry basket inside of there that you can put your chicken into to keep it warm while you're gaming.
I'm sorry.
It uses the heat generated by the components to keep your chicken warm.
You know what? Fair enough, but I think they
Talk
far
about
overestimate the
efficiency.
amount of chicken I just have on hand for such things.
Well, clearly people that buy the KFC console are fans of KFC.
Even so.
Hey, what, DB?
Nobody just carries chicken with them.
Right.
some
It's being
KFC.
made by Cooler Master, but it's you know, with a contract from KFC.
Oh, Cooler Master, they make good products.
Yeah,
Yes,
Cooler
they
Master's
do.
goated.
Go ahead, Wardy.
Yeah, Cooler Master's pretty goated. They got some good shit.
I think half of my PC is Cooler Master.
I know I've
I know
got
the
a couple of
case.
components.
The case, the CPU cooler, and I think the power supply in my case are all Cooler Master.
Yeah, my power supply is because I know it won't fucking explode like my old one.
Oh, well then.
Explodies.
Well, it was also kind of because, like, it was before I had all these, like, protections on, like, universal power supplies everywhere and stuff. Then the power grid of my area is dog shit. So, the power fluctuates all the time. Like, it's if I go through a single day without it, like, fluctuating all weird and browning out or surging at all, it's like a good day.
I heard that they were calling it a console, the KF console. But yeah, from what I've heard, it really is just a PC. But yeah,
I mean, aren't all consoles technically just PCs, just super like specific to their
Hey, what
function?
those fucking crackheads doing downstairs?
They are a designated specific specification that can be built to theoretically with absolutely no, well, theoretically, no variance, so that you could guarantee functionality. That said, it is also potentially limiting in that same regard.
And hard to fix.
Yep. Well, they've become hard to fix. I mean, to be fair, you could probably get spare parts for some of the older models.
Oh yeah, I don't doubt it. But for a lot of those like very, very specific kind of machines, and I'm looking at you, Mac, they've designed them specifically to be hard to fix, so that way you're forced to buy a new one when they inevitably break.
They tried doing that with cars too, I think.
Yeah, they are in the middle of trying to do that with cars.
Oh shit, they are still doing. Fuck.
The thing is, though, is that the car industry is thankfully spread out enough. There's not really realistically like a huge monopoly. I mean, there's monopolies, don't get me wrong, but there's still other cars in the industry. So it's hard for just one company to just kind of step in with a big old monopoly over an entire country and just say, well, you all can't fix your cars now. Because people can just go like, well, I'm just going to buy from this competitor then. So F you.
I know they're trying to sell freaking subscriptions to things.
Oh, God. You want to have a heated seat? You better pay $5 a month for that. And all it is, it's a software block. Yeah, it's a software block. It's not a hardware issue. It's a software issue. One that could
then
easily be gotten around.
You just jailbreak your car, which is like
Yeah.
the most
It's stupid.
It's the most like fucking stupid thing like ever. Just saying jailbreak your car. Like it's like why? How have we gotten here where this is a thing?
It shouldn't be a thing.
We're at like
jailbreak
the
your fucking car.
we're at like the cyberpunk dystopia, but without any of the cool aesthetics.
Ah, Lordy, don't like thinking about that.
Have you seen like the new Amazon shit where they're like, you could have like an Amazon drone that like flies around your house, or like this Amazon robot that could like roll around and follow you?
God damn it.
If I wanted a drone to just like, follow me wherever I'd go, I'd just hire one of their workers.
I
And those
now own all of the Planet Zoo DLC.
very nice. I would
Wow.
hope that was far more, affordable for you than the fucking alternative.
It was less than half for most of them. But I will say I'm not sure if it was worth the savings was worth the time investment. That was
Still
so
saved
much
money.
work. Yeah, save money.
Hey, that's money you can buy art with.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I do have one coming.
Artwork's important, people, because it looks freaking great.
And at least John Deere got forced to finally allow
Yes.
people to fix their vehicles.
Fuck John Deere. They make good products, don't get me wrong, but now that people actually have a right to fix their products, which should have been a right to begin with, like, good. I'm glad it swung in the favor of the consumer.
Apple's still fighting it tooth and nail.
There should be a right to
It's-
repair like anything.
I agree,
But,
and
you
Europe is
know,
on that.
That is one thing I gotta. Well, one of the many things right now that I think Europe's definitely doing better than the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, U.S. is controlled. We're an oligarchy. Europe, thankfully, is not yet. They just have their
Yeah.
dead monarchs. But thankfully, most of them don't have any power anymore.
But here in the
Also,
U.S.,
companies destroy perfectly good items just to create a scarcity so they can continue to charge high
Mhm.
price for them. Like they'll be perfectly good at electronics, like perfectly good phones and laptops and computers and
Yeah,
all
but
this
they
shit,
know if
and
they
they'll
did
just send it
that.
to destroy.
Yep,
Just so
they
that
know
they
if
don't
they
have
did
too
that,
much.
they would essentially run themselves out of business.
Yeah.
Because then nobody would, like, everybody would buy the product once and that's it. So I kind of get it, but at the same time, it's still shitty. It's
Yeah.
shitty that they feel like they have to make that choice.
Yeah, because we're at like late stage capitalism where nothing is sustainable. Everything is you go until you eventually explode, and eventually they will explode because you can't create infinite growth on a planet with like finite resources.
Mm-hmm.
And like the economy is like finite as well, as like everyone's getting squeezed harder and harder, and everything gets squeezed to the top. There's nothing left for everyone else to buy anything.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, these companies keep being like, "We're not making enough money. Why aren't we making enough money?" Well, gee, maybe because you don't let anybody else have any of the money to give you money.
Eventually,
Yeah, that's
capitalism
exactly it.
is just not going to work anymore.
I
yeah,
think
we're
that
in the
I
end
agree with that.
stages now.
I
Like
think
how we
literally the
moved
only
on
reason
from feudalism, we'll move on from capitalism.
I think so. I think literally the only reason why capitalism itself as a concept hasn't just eroded and degraded right now is just because people have their little niceties that keep them happy. They're like, well,
Yeah.
as long as I have food and I have a vehicle and I have a TV to entertain myself, I'm okay. And they're not quite realizing how much is being taken away from them.
Yeah, let them eat cake.
That's the whole reason behind bread and circuses. They recognized that right back into the Roman
Lovely
days.
stuff. Now our guests can learn all about our venomous friend here.
If you keep
Yeah,
the
just keep the-
population happy, they don't
I've got a bit
rebel.
of a big job
Yeah,
Even when
for
they
you.
really should.
I need you to increase the number of species in the zoo.
And also, like, we're like
Probably want to
brainwashed from
both
day one
habitat
as like
and
Americans
exhibit
that
animals
like
to do so,
America's
which
the
will
best
mean
country
there'll
and
be plenty of
capitalism
new
is
habitats and
good
exhibits for
and
them.
anything
Come on,
socialist or
off you
communist
pop.
is evil.
I'll check in with you when you're almost
Thank you
done.
for that heads up, Gib Gap, by the way.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, right. Yes, the Gip Gap was just remarking of cautions with some product purchases lately.
That's Gigabyte. That's the
Cautions
thing, I mean,
with
products.
purchasing anything nowadays.
Yeah, that is true.
Mm-hmm. Although, honestly, products themselves might be fine nowadays. It's like all the baggage they come with that isn't. You want to buy a new phone? Well, now you got to be attached to the subscription plan. And then if you're attached to the subscription plan, you can't ever leave it, or you have to pay a leaving charge. But if you stick around with us, we're not going to give you any deals or bonuses to actually, support you as a consumer, thus forcing you to leave and eventually come crawling back, thus paying us more money when you inevitably re-enlist.
I'm sorry. It's possible to do a leaving charge.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've
Have
been
we
doing
had
that.
an Adobe subscription.
Oh God, yeah.
It's like restock fee. Like, you're going to order a new one anyways. Yes, but we still have to charge you restock fee because it's paperwork for us to order another one. You exist to sell product, thus you are automatically going to be restocking.
Yeah.
It's not my problem. Give you money to do that.
It is now.
It is.
It's like you think a company would just naturally take that as part of their overhead, but no. Why do that when they can just put it on the consumer and no one's going to tell them otherwise?
Stage capitalism. Force it all on the customer, and then
Mhm.
when the thing implodes, go screaming to the government and claim I am being unfairly punished. I need my bailout immediately.
That's the thing that I hate most is just the fact that we continue to prop up these companies that should have died a long time ago. I'm looking at you, airport
Let the oil
companies.
companies die. They don't need any more subsidies.
Like if capitalism, if we were truly going with the capitalistic mindset, capitalism is just like what is it called? Survival of the fittest. Companies that should die and be replaced with stronger variants. But we don't do that. We just allow to continue the same weak companies to exist, specifically because, well, it's going to cause a little bit of an issue if they die.
Yeah. Like they should let coal die. It's like we're propping it up so hard. But they're not going to let it die because I don't know, I mean they should do something about the people that, work there, but
Oh yeah, they definitely should. Although I will admit that in some ways that's kind of also on the workers' fault because I do remember reading that they have reached out to say like, hey, we can give you training in other areas, and they said no.
yeah, that's a yikes. That's on them. They
Yeah.
just let coal die. It's
Well,
too much. And we should keep coal as like a reserve energy source in case like we fuck up. Humanity fucks up pretty badly, and coal's a pretty good easy source of fuel if like the world stops working. And we
And
need to restart.
for some of these things, I could definitely see where even if they literally take the last nugget of coal out of the ground, they'll still keep those companies alive just because that's just what you do.
Yeah. That is literally what is constantly happening is just they're being propped up because they've always been there. How could we survive without them? Easily.
Move.
Same way people have for eternity.
I'm just laughing because over here on my end, I'm waiting to see what happens to our town, considering our local coal plant is shutting down. And all of that joy of that being one of our primary income sources, if you will.
Oh, you want to have something funny? Wyoming, the state that I'm from, apparently banned electric vehicles.
Oh yeah, I saw that. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, because it'll hurt their gas and oil company or whatever too much, which the state has primarily put all of their support on. They are like, if oil and gas goes, then we no longer essentially exist anymore. So because they've decided not to diversify their interests, this is what's going to happen. But the thing is that a lot of manufacturers are going towards electric vehicles, which means eventually at some point in the future, they're going to be the standard.
Yep.
And Wyoming is just going to die a sad death, I guess, with their gas-guzzling vehicles that only they can support. Maybe they will become a feudalistic kingdom, but just like with vehicles.
Oh, that sounds interesting.
Maybe. I mean, most Americans forget that Wyoming even exists.
Well, I love Wyoming. I mean, it is a state that I'm from, but like, damn. You can easily see how they could get themselves out of so many of these kinds of issues, and they just absolutely refuse to do it just because gas and oil, gas and oil, gas and oil.
And by we, I mean you. Go on, get to it.
Yeah, I got what you said, Zoroark. I'm not saying you're wrong or anything. That's kind of what I'm waiting for, Give Gab. I'm just waiting for the housing market to eventually just die again, so that way I can buy a house on the cheap.
Yeah. Oh gosh, I'm waiting for that. It's like most like Gen Z and millennials are like poking at the housing market, like, "Hey, die already."
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like, trust me, as much as I love renting from a landlord who could kick me out at any time, I very much would like to have my own property.
Yeah.
Oh.
I am very tired of living in this piece of shit building that's going to commit a Champlain Tower someday. That my landlord will not fix.
Mm-hmm.
Keep record of that. That way, when it inevitably fails and they try to blame you, you could say, "Nope, I had this, and this." And if anything, now you owe me money because I'm out of a place to live.
Yeah, I have photos of the crumbling spalling concrete base of the building.
You can
Keep
go. You can go to various governmental. One of the problems that we keep running into is that the companies hide so many of these resources that you do have available to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
They make sure that these are as buried down as as they possibly can get them. Purely so you don't know that this is a thing you can do.
Mm-hmm.
Did those two just give birth to a box that then opened into a new...
No.
If so, congratulations. This game is now censored.
Oh, why is that so far out of town? Sadness. You mentioned housing, and I'm just realizing that, oh, hey, there's one. And that's why.
For me, I will say I'm not opposed to having a place like I don't want to be too far away from town, but as long as I've got good internet and some means of getting, access to to food and whatnot, I'm happy. I don't need much.
Yeah, point. Have a house. I don't need cable. I don't need TV. No, why do I need that? I just need internet system, computer, friends to hang around. I'm good. Oh, and a good paying job.
Yeah, gotta have
I
that
kinda just
income to
wanna-
buy all the neat little things.
Oh, yeah. I've been kind of just wanting to, like, fuck off to, like, middle of nowhere wilderness away from people.
I mean, $100,000, and I got one over here. That's on the low side of things.
Yeah.
100,000 is quite a bit, though. To
Did
be
I take my
fair.
pill?
Oh, I know.
I think you did.
Okay.
If I didn't give quite so much away, I'd probably be maybe halfway there now. Yeah, oh well.
Ah, these two. What is... They apparently are stressed, but I don't have access to the one-way... Okay, never mind. I do have access to the one-way glass. I don't know when that popped up, but okay, I will take it. And we will do one-way glass.
Boss, we've always had it. We just didn't think you would want to install it, obviously.
These poor animals have been stressed as all hell this entire time, and... Wait, why did those not change?
They won't stop looking at us.
It's weird.
Okay, maybe I don't have access to it?
The hairless apes keep staring at us and making funny faces.
That is the wrong way. Why is it... How do I reverse which way it's looking? There we go. Okay.
You're including fence as well?
Huh?
I said you were including the fence as well?
Oh yes, I need to. Why will you not... Okay. One-way glass. That way. Those are now one-way glass. Excellent. One-way glass. That way. These two, these poor animals in here are super stressed. And I couldn't do anything about it because... They just, for some reason, were... They couldn't actually, get somewhere that they weren't feeling stressed about everything.
Put up some no disturb signs.
Oh my god.
Get the folks to stop pounding on the glass.
Things to say, or things to never say to someone who just came out. I'm gayer.
Although that is kind of true.
Apparently it's obstructed here. That is apparently the problem. For some reason it thinks it's obstructed.
Go check on the new housing.
Okay, this one piece of glass is apparently obstructed.
During the illusion, I'll take a look at it when I can. Oh, I'm just a bit busy at the moment looking at memes and trying to do work.
Distraction intensifies.
What was that?
Wow, I sure do love distractions.
Gotta get distracted, baby. Distraction, go.
I've done fuck all today.
Good distraction.
There. Deliver you to there. Ah, they're doing much better now. Good. Why? Why, Gip Gap?
Alright, there we go. I'm happy.
Okay, the hippos are not happy. Why?
They're hippos.
Oh my god, the space thing again.
Oh, you didn't make your thing big enough?
No, I
or are
moved
they just
them
having too many babies?
I don't know. I moved them to a different exhibit. Because there was
Maybe they
already
don't
a
wanna be in
hippo
a zoo.
exhibit set up here. There was already a hippo exhibit, and...
And isn't this the tutorial?
Oh, they don't have enough swimming area. And I can't do jack diddly squat about that because they won't let me adjust the terrain. Well, there are things I can do. How is what new update? Was there a new update to this?
Is there a new update to this?
It has been some time since we've been in, so there may have been updates that we are unfamiliar with.
It had an update today. I just reinstalled it today.
Oh, that's why.
Okay. Time to box all the animals. And the paws. What even is this fencing? Is this chain link or barbed wire or... Okay, it's apparently chain link. Alright, so new plan. We're going to turn Ware-Knee into a hippo. And we'll let you you know, lead the rest of the hippos in being happy. Okay?
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, what could go wrong?
I see.
You're all for this idea, right, Ware-Knee?
Brow.
No. Now you've got to go, whatever noises
really.
hippos make. Hippo noises.
No.
It's probably just the sound of you dying.
Ow.
Also, the donkey vtuber was saying.
Sure thing, Evolution. You go ahead and have a lie down. Honestly, I might not be too far behind you.
Okay.
I should probably go to bed in a second myself here, 'cause it's 3 a.m. And I have to do work tomorrow.
Zim, they're not nocturnal like you.
Tomorrow's a big work day for me, so as soon as these notes are done, I probably should go to sleep.
You should be proud
And then I'll just sacrifice my tomorrow to finish up everything.
Okay. I got it.
And as for the question, Wanny, just simply that I am pretty much throwing all varieties to it at this point.
Nice.
They're just critting me like crazy. Stop it.
No.
Mustang, stop it. I don't care if you're a horse. Get off your high horse. Hey, I forgot about this one. Oh wow, look at that. I'm trying to go for it. Yeah.
Okay. So, I know that in the future I plan to move over to the franchise. Here in a bit, Kitsu wants to do some talisman. So, we'll be doing that. Probably after the Panda Park. So, next time I stream this, we'll do stuff other than tutorial. Hopefully. If not, well, we'll just turn Werny into an otter.
Otter.
Yeah, you can go wiggle in the water as part of one of our attractions.
Jerk.
No. You jerk. Darn it. I'm mad.
Huh?
Gee, I'm glad to know you feel that way about me.
No, not you.
I heard otter.
It's this wingless dragon-like creature, okay?
Ah, pandas.
Doesn't want tea, so we have to kill it.
They're my daughter's favorite animal. I think it's fair to say that if ever there was an animal which has captured the public's imagination, it's pandas. Oh, well, that's assuming you ignore cats and dogs, obviously. It'll take more than a cute bear to knock them off of the top spot. Oh, but did you know, thanks to the incredible conservation work that's being done in China and around the world, pandas are no longer endangered. Amazing! That said, they're still considered vulnerable. So, this zoo is extraordinarily lucky and honored to be part of that conservation effort. It really speaks to our reputation, a reputation that you're going to be in charge of maintaining, along with all the general maintaining too. I really can't tell you how important the welfare of those pandas is. Oh wait, I can. It is vitally important. The eyes of the world are on you, my friend. Although, perhaps more impressively, the eyes of Nancy are on you too.
Welcome to China. This is Bernie's brand new Panda Celebration Zoo. So new, in fact, that it's not quite finished. But we'll deal with that later. First, let's take a tour of the zoo.
Oh, come now, Zim. It's only the eyes of the world.
Panic!
Jerk.
But you want to be streamed to the world, don't you, right?
No, you see, the real worry is the fact that the lines and requests demanding to join the zoo are going to be impossible to manage.
Throwing in next.
Row.
Throwing in next.
Row.
Row.
Obviously, the giant pandas are the main attraction for this zoo, and luckily for us, we have one which was born just a few days ago. Let's go and have a look at it.
Seems rude.
Go on, don't be shy. Select the panda cub.
Okay,
Click on the camera
okay.
to enter animal camera mode.
Oh, lovely. It pooped.
Warm the cockles of your heart.
No, it literally just pooped, lady, and then it ran through its own shit. And apparently its shit has physics. Because it knocked the shit around.
Kilos of bamboo a day.
Shit physics.
Not that surprising.
Let's call attention to
Oh my
detail.
god.
18 hours a day chomping away. I don't imagine this little fluff ball has that kind of appetite yet, though.
Sounds about right for pandas.
Oh, no. I just got word from one of our keepers that a sable antelope was placed into a habitat without going through quarantine first, and that they're displaying signs of disease.
Don't need that.
We'll have to move them into quarantine to stop the infection from spreading to
Actually-
the other animals. To do that, go to the highlighted habitat, find the infected animal, and then select them to bring up their information panel.
Ah, here's the tutorial. So yes, it is recommended to put animals into quarantine before you put them into your park.
Good. Now click move and then transfer them into quarantine. I've highlighted the quarantine
Sounds
facility
like
in the
work.
zoo for you.
Well, yes.
Kind of.
Oh, phew. That's
Yeah.
a relief. Now that we've stopped the infection from spreading any further, we need to build a vet surgery so the antelope can be treated and then returned to his habitat. I've already highlighted where I'd like you to build it, so why don't we head over there?
Oh, I'm gonna go do a sleep.
Go sleepy.
Sounds good.
Awareness.
Wow.
You were awesome.
No you. Row.
You were awesome and cute and precious and just a wonderful friend.
Thanks. You're a good being.
Not as
I'll
good as
hug all of
you.
Disney got you
Good night,
there.
Awareness. Rest well.
Good night.
Good night, friend. Duke Duke.
A dookie dook 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 dook.
In order to build the
Right.
vet surgery, click on Facilities, Staff Facilities, and then Vet Surgeries. That's the job. Vet surgeries play a very important role in a zoo, as they're the only places that vets can treat the animals.
Oh my
Once there's
god,
room
give
for the
Gab.
antelope, the vet will pick them up from quarantine and bring them to the surgery. Yes, diseases can spread
light
through a
off,
habitat quite easily.
Okay.
Especially if the water inside it isn't being cleaned regularly.
Oh no.
As it happens, I just got a report that one of our water treatment
What,
facilities
John?
has
No.
broken down, and the water in the
just read
flamingo and
Gab's
saltwater
remark. That
crocodile
is-
habitats has gotten dirty. I've highlighted the water treatment facility for you, so you should go and check it out. Click on the water treatment facility to bring up its information panel.
I love how this water treatment facility was great until I actually zoomed into the spot where she wanted me to get credit for that, and then suddenly it's like, and maintenance 0. Hey, Chris Offs, check Discord. Oh, Jesus.
Okay.
Don't bother me. Whoopee. Don't bother me. Whoopee. Don't bother me. Don't you bother me.
Good work.
Whoopee.
Now that the water treatment facility has been repaired, the water will be cleaned up in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. You can also use mechanics to repair power facilities, transport rides, spins, benches, signs, and, as you already know, habitat barriers. Now, I'll be honest, I'm still a little worried about that disease scare we had, so I think we should do some research into it. Doing research into a disease can help prevent future outbreaks of it. And even if we do have an outbreak, it'll make the disease much less potent. I'd like you to start some research into bordetalosis. Disease research can be found in vet research, so head over to your research center and get one of the vets researching it.
Oh, Zorro. You just really want to get in there and look at all of me, don't you?
You two have fun with that.
Chrysovs is dancing with the crabs.
Oh, look, a distraction for everyone else. Everyone, go dance with the crabs. Thank you. Oh, hey. This. Boop. Boop. Oh.
Lovely job. Once that research is complete, I expect we'll send that disease packing in no time.
RZ is a dancing crab.
I'm not a dancing crab.
That was a
No, I'm a dancing dragon.
I dread to
Oh,
think what might have
already,
happened if you hadn't
already
got him
had
into
fun with
quarantine as quickly
Zen
as
as
you
well.
did.
I'm sure they can be
Fast
managed.
thinking there. We had a horrible outbreak of viral gastroenteritis
Boom.
here at Goodwin House. Although,
Boom.
luckily, that was just limited to me and
Boom.
my wife.
Ta-da.
Right. Now that we've got all our urgent tasks in hand, we can start to focus on the guests and improving their time in the park. You see, you can also do research into new and improved guest facilities, transport rides, as well as new types of barrier and other things via the workshop. I've highlighted the workshop for you, so head over there, select it, and then click on View Workshop.
You okay there, Pakesh?
I came on, the first thing I did was just try to say something and I choked on a piece of sandwich. My apologies.
Aww. You're
At least if
allowed
you
to
will.
have sandwich?
I can make you some sandwiches too if you want.
And finally, assign a mechanic to
Oh
research
yeah,
some
why
Like
wouldn't
research
I?
extravagant
dragging and dropping them
bologna
onto
and
it.
cheese on a
I
bun,
can't
but
wait to see what they come up with.
it's food. It's healthy food. I would have had tomato on them as well, but some of the tomato turned out to be rotten, so. What they're charging for tomatoes nowadays is like, that's pretty inexcusable.
She wants me to research something, and it doesn't exist.
Illness research.
Probably have to research A to get to B, which is what you want.
Just a memento?
Gib Gab? It's not a human kind of dance. It's a specific dragon kind of dance.
There is no just a memento. I don't know what you want from me to do right there now. Oh. Not there. I want you to research souvenir
Great
shops.
stuff. That research will take a little while, so let's have a look at something else in the meantime. Because we've had some good news.
What? Another baby panda that's gonna walk through its own shit?
As much as I like bears, I am embarrassed that pandas exist as a bear.
Turns out that we're allowed to adopt more giant pandas.
I
The
tell that
authorities
to
have given us
evolution.
3 females to help with our breeding
They
program.
are just...
Even so, I'm sure you know how
They're
notoriously
a
difficult
furry
it is
brick.
to get pandas to breed, so we'll have to be patient.
They have the coordination
Our
of a
current giant's panda habitat
one-legged
is full to
llama.
the
They have
brim,
the
but
IQ of
luckily,
a
we've already got another
bag of
habitat ready to
bumblebees at
go.
most.
But before we move our new pandas in, they'll
And
need
the only
to go
thing they
through
got going
quarantine.
for them is they're adorably cute, but they can't
do
even
that
reproduce
until we've
properly
accepted
anymore.
them. So open up animal trading and go into the animal reward section. Just click transfer to animal storage next to each of the pandas, and then they'll be sent there.
Hold out.
Finally, we can send them from animal
I don't
storage
think
to
pandas
quarantine.
are even genetically
To do
viable
that,
as a
just select
crossbreed
them
with
in animal
anything.
storage, then click send to zoo, and then click on the quarantine facility in the
I
zoo.
mean, we've got Pizzly bears.
I've highlighted it for you so you can find
I
it
don't think
easily.
there's any other bear that'd want to mate with a panda.
Yeah, when you do bring when you bring in a new animal, you are they want you to put them through quarantine.
While we wait
Make
for
sure
them to
they're
clear quarantine, you
healthy.
should set up their new habitat. So
Oh
that
yes,
they
I'm
live
quite
in the
embarrassed, Gib Gab.
I'll also need you to bring over one of the male pandas from our other habitat.
And
because
bear
without him,
asked.
we're not going to have much of a breeding program, are we? So go on, move him over
Booty.
and get everything set up
A
for your
booty.
pandas.
Wait, what? What am I doing? What is she wanting? Move one male giant panda to the new habitat. Well, where the hell is the new habitat?
It's the taco stand.
No, it's over there. And you got it wrong. It would be the you would want to move him to the noodle stand.
Noodle, noodle.
Noodle, noodle, noodle. I got noodles in my pants. Noodles in my pants. Noodles in my pants.
Wait, you have noodle dragons in your pants? Wait, what?
I could,
Percy,
RC.
what are you doing there?
You have...
Yeah, they do, Zorak. They actually have made sure that any pandas born in someone else's zoo, the rights default back to the great and mighty China.
Well, you're just a type of earth sign.
That backfired on you a little bit there, didn't it, RZ?
No, nothing backfired on me. What?
Hey, Slitherite.
They are pleased with the outcome.
Oh, he likes being in my pants.
Those are big pants. Dragon can fit in there.
Okay, listen. They're not big pants. We're just really tiny right now. I need to remind you, dragons come in all shapes and sizes. From extremely tiny to extremely large.
And RZ in particular is an especially tiny one.
I am very interchangeable in size, so I can be extremely tiny or extremely large.
Mm-hmm.
They're adorable.
So you're a cup of noodle is what you're saying, Azzy.
I'm a cup of anything I want to be.
I mean,
Almost like me.
Having Duke's boss you around, so you must be a tiny, tiny dragon right now.
What?
You think that are being bossed about? You don't think they just that they didn't initiate?
It's okay, RC. You can admit it.
So, yeah, I'm just here because I can. He's not my boss or anything. I can just leave whenever I want. But, I like staying out with him because, friends.
And
I'm not contractually mortal words. I'm not obliged by any contract to stay. There's him. You told me I could speak. There, I spoke.
I mean,
Yes, that was a
yes.
very sweet little fib you told.
Well, good. I'm glad it didn't backfire, because I was actually
proud of
worried
you.
about that.
I am very proud of you, my little twaggy.
I'm just like getting praises. Because praises are they just make you all feel all just nice inside.
Oh, I know you like those.
I'm not gonna say what was on my mind, because that would just make it depressing.
Don't worry, I make everything depressing.
Oh, hi, Okitsu.
Kitsu!
Hello, Kitsu.
Heard a beep beep, but I'm watching commercials at the moment.
I am trying to get... I am trying to breed pandas.
Good luck.
There's a reason why they're going extinct.
I know, but the game is forcing me to.
Game is full of cruelty then.
The other reason, pandas just realized that red pandas are far more cuter. Far cuter. And just like, they're like, we have to give up.
You mean lesser pandas?
I mean, if you want to call them that, but yeah. They're still superior.
At least they know how to breed. I mean, the thought that there has to be a Dr. Seuss pop-up book, you give to your pandas for, how to... Look, pandas, you're a mama panda. That's a daddy panda. Get together, have baby pandas.
Error. Instructions unclear.
So, my evidence
unclear,
for red pandas being superior, Alex, is the fact that there's like 1,000 something red panda personas at least, and there's like very few pandas.
I mean, look at how long it took for bears to catch on as a fursona in the fandom, or even suitors.
Good news. Our new female pandas have been given a clean bill of health.
To be fair, that one's
And I hope
minor
their
hazard.
habitat as comfy as possible.
People be dumb.
Because animals will only breed if they're happy.
Of course, ever than the grandmother, dragging this, dragging that, dragons have the opposite problem. Dragons will breed with anything at the drop of a shoe.
You have a point.
Listen, dragons are just horny, and everyone's horny for dragons.
That is absolutely true.
It's one of those dragon things when they encounter something new. Is it breedable? No, that's a Coke can.
The dragons actually invented the Harkness test.
I don't
We
think
also
the
have
game
dragon
is...
What?
I think the game is refusing to let me... Oh, apparently it counted that as valid. Okay. Located the highlighted area. Got it.
Anyways, I was gonna say, yeah, there are even dragon plants. Where did those come from? Just ask the dragons.
There are dragon mosquitoes, for crying out loud.
I'm sorry, what?
Yes.
You know what? I can't judge. Nope. I cannot judge.
Oh, hey, I've red pandas in the zoo.
One of the earliest D&D adventures you can run, And you can encounter in the swamp dragon mosquitoes. They're like, uh-huh.
Not anymore. No.
Like Dungeons and Dragons has established one thing: dragons will boink anything, be fertile with anything, and create the most ghastly offspring possible.
Hey, right, I need
We should probably move on from this before it gets more,
yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
bless.
Yeah,
I think
that's
they'll
fine.
be really happy in there. Fingers crossed we'll see some
Fine.
lovely new cubs
That
sooner
using the D
rather than
word might,
later.
get
Right.
the
While
evil
they're being
Hasbro
delivered,
ninjas
we'd better
to
get
pop
on with
by
something
and
else.
just tiskus.
Dear me, there's never any time to rest when you're running a zoo, is there? Well, unless you hit
There's
the
no
pause
ceremony
button.
other than they're cool.
Just call them
Okay,
exceptionally
I
large
think it's time
reptilian
I told you all
beings.
about work zones. I know. They don't
No,
sound
no,
as
they don't have a
interesting as the animals,
copyright on
but
dragons
trust me,
themselves.
they're ever so useful.
If they had a copyright on dragons
see,
themselves,
work zones
the
are a way of
entire
making
world
sure
would
that your
be
staff
very upset,
concentrate
and
on
Dragon
specific
Appreciation Day would
habitats
not
or
exist
tasks
anymore.
within the zoo, so they aren't wandering off elsewhere when it's time
Hasn't
to feed the
stopped
animals
them
all
from
alike.
trying, because they bought TSR, and TSR was
So let's start
infamous
by creating a new
for
work zone and then assigning a keeper to it so that they know to
trade
look
stealing.
after the new pandas. To do that, go
Sometimes
into the
by
zoo
accident.
section, then
They
click on
didn't know there was
staff,
such a
and
thing
then
as a
work zones.
Lovecraft mythos or a Conan
Now,
mythos
click on
or
new work zone.
just slipped their
set up your new
mind and
work
they
zone,
kind of
I'll need
forgot
you to
about
select
these
the
things
highlighted
called
habitat
Lord
gates,
of the
staff room, and
Rings
keeper hut.
and
Oh, and don't forget to name it something
know,
useful. Once you're
more
done,
other
just go ahead and exit
stories
the work
from
zone
back in the
creator.
day.
Dragoon and Bars share a wavelength. Oh, hi, that's huge.
That's why Greyhawk specifically
Now
invented
let's
the
hire a
Steel
new
Dragon.
clipper and assign them to our new work zone. We don't want them getting distracted by other goings on.
Yeah,
in the
there's so many
zoo.
different types of dragons.
Go
Don't
on,
talk about
hire
it.
one. Then click on your
They
new
come up with some
Bot for
really fun ones.
360 is sending love to everyone.
Gee, thank you for loves.
Thank you.
I liked one of the early TSR dragons that breathed napalm. That was a fun one to encounter.
I'm sorry, what? Okay. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised.
Now your keeper will focus his attention on our
I think that was the orange dragon.
Oh, and just so you know, all types of staff can be assigned work zones. Just make sure that they have access to all the
I have to
buildings
find
that
the
they need.
Xerox sheets in
And one
my
last thing, you might
archive
find it
of
faster to
notes.
assign them from the work zones
There
tab
was a
in the
couple
staff
of
section of zoo
archetypes
management.
way back in the
That'll
day
save
they
you
came
having
up
to
with that
chase
were
around
just,
selecting
well, if your
your
players
staff
are
one by
constantly,
one.
predicting what dragons will
It
pop up,
sounds like
throw
the plan
these at them.
research has been completed. You should collect your rewards, and you can do that by clicking on the notification or by going back into mechanic
War crime
research.
dragons.
A war crime dragon, yeah.
I mean,
war crimes, war crimes.
Now that we've got our lovely new Just a Memento shop designed, you should build one of them near the zoo's exit. That way the guests won't miss it on their way out, and we won't miss out on their money.
Well, she's certainly eager to remind me how we want to get all the money.
Well, caring for the
Can't
animals ain't
believe
cheap.
Sam is a capitalist pig now.
Hey, to be fair, I'm at least breeding some nice pandas.
Well, you think you're breeding them, they're still reading the Dr. Seuss pop-up book, so they'll get back to you on that. It becomes a charisma off Zorak. Just sit there rolling d20s until one or the other gets tired of rolling d20s. seduction check. Ah, but I make my seduction check. Ah, but I make my seduction check. While the
Oh,
dungeon
no.
master's like, I'm getting a sandwich.
It's okay. If a player rolls a seduce a dragon and they succeed, just make them roll a blunt force damage. Or just have just make them take blunt force damage. It's okay.
Of course, they had to invent the Draconians. No tails.
Okay, everyone draws them with tails anyways.
Tails are amazing.
Even like official art that they like, even artists that they get to do official art will draw them with fucking tails because everyone's like, no, having no tails is dumb.
Oh. Well, it's the same with the Van Helsing movie in Hollywood. Like, werewolves? Tails? Nah, that sounds sus.
My favorite thing is artists keep drawing Morgan with tails, and then they have to go back and like edit it to remove the tails.
Are you having a trouble time, Zim?
Yes, this is not. I have to place it in this area, and yet the game won't let me actually place it in this area.
Can you rotate it?
I don't know.
Why are you throwing a rock around? You're gonna kill someone.
It's a meteor.
Oh. Oh, whoops.
Kids, it's a meteor! Yay!
Yay.
It won't let me delete it.
Meteors are great.
They recently found a second impact site that they think they've attributed to the Chicxulub impact crater just off the coast of Africa.
I don't want to modify the terrain. What do you mean invalid rotation?
They mean get good.
Remember, this is supposed to be a soothing, calm, relaxing game about animals played by an animal. Yep.
Oh, this is lovely.
Soothing.
Frustration. If need be, I'll give him an axe and I'll let him have it. Have at it.
Soothing. All this for a taco stand.
There, I just raised it. It's floating above the ground now.
Just off for a moment, but I'm sure I'll have some more jobs for you to look at
Is
shortly.
it? I can't tell.
Yes. I am getting you a view.
Those pandas
Look.
just adorable. I can see why people keep foolishly forgetting.
It's levitating. No, it's got a concrete block at the front, so it's somehow pinned all the weight on that one concrete slab.
We don't. Okay, we don't talk about it. We don't talk about it.
There.
Overpriced gifts,
Magical.
That is
taco
the
stand.
only attachment it has. It's not even tacos.
Big fat tacos, oh big
Right.
fat taco.
I'd
Okay.
like you to increase the number of
That's what I'll be
different
making for
species in the
my
zoo.
dinner
Now,
tonight.
you
Will be
can
taco
find out
chips.
what species are already in your zoo by going into the zoo section and then into
Away
the
from me.
animals
No.
area. And if you're wondering how you're going to fit them all in, then
You don't like taco
mixed
chips?
species habitats are a
No,
great way
I'm
to save
yelling at
space
other things.
and create
They've
interesting
got their side
habitats.
game as per the standard.
What did Sim do this time?
He was
What
throwing
did I do?
fireballs at me.
And you're a goddamn dragon. What's the problem?
It doesn't mean that RZ is a fire dragon, though.
I'm an alpha
Weakling.
dragon. I can bathe in the sun if you want. It was just more or less annoying.
Weakling.
Weren't I
Weakling.
gonna stream? No, I was not gonna stream today, Gib Gab. When I said later today, I mean later today.
Because it is after midnight.
Yes, and I sent that message. Let me see. At 11:21 p.m. Oh, last night.
Oh, and thank you for sharing that picture on Discord, Zorak. It's adorable. Little noodle.
How long until you think you'll be ready, Sim?
Always so persistent and insistent and rushing me. Here
I'm
I
not
am
rushing,
just
I'm just
trying to
asking.
exist and have a
I'm
good
just
time.
asking. Calm your Martin titties.
I'm just sitting here trying to
Duke.
pull things off and do things. And we're fighting against the Shadowbringer itself, so place your frickin' troops. And while you're at it, yes, Grumbly Martin.
Grumbly.
Why are you so grumbly?
Perfect timing for that video.
Grumbly. Eat cage. Eat cage. Nom. Cage. Oh, distracted by shiny.
The beachy baby there was being relocated. But yeah, I'm sitting here trying to have a good evening, and you're coming in here like, how long will you? And I'm just sitting here like, why don't you all go check out zgfgaming.com, where we've got all sorts of links for you all to check out. That was it for Planet Zoo this evening. We've got a link tree that you can all go find down in the description below, where it has links for our Discord, Telegram, Twitter, Patreon, and more. And there are also those links there on the website. Thank you to my patrons, donators, and subscribers. It is because of your support that I'm able to continue bringing these streams to you all. I really cannot do this without your guys' help and support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It is one of the best ways to support the channel. Though you can also help out by picking up packs of cards through Streamloots, or by simply sharing the stream around. But for now, thank you all so much for joining, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.